Good morning, everybody. For the last time in the 2024 county cricket season, you are most welcome to join us here at the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester, for the final day on this Vitality Health and Life Insurance County Championship fixture between Leicestershire and Derbyshire. Umpires heading out to the middle, Neil Bainton and Nigel Long, followed by the Derbyshire side, followed eventually, one assumes, haven't seen them yet, by the two not out. They're not there, are they?
No,
the two not out Leicestershire batsmen, Sam Wood and Ben Cox. Cox 26 not out, Wood
there they are,
with a couple to his name. I would imagine you probably know who we are by now, but the giggling monster to my left is Dave Fletcher from BBC Radio Derby, and of course myself, Richard Ray from BBC Radio Leicester. Have both been here far too long. I'm sure you all think. Whether any more entirely futile chase of bowling and batting bonus points remains to be seen. But young Alex Green, who will presumably bowl sometime today, well, remember today it's a big day for him. He'll bowl his first class deliveries. Anybody else got anything really to
keep listening, everybody? Today? Keep listening, for goodness sake. David Lloyd is on for his best bowling figures. He's going to open the bowling, remarkably.
He knows he's on for his best bowling figures as well. So right,
he can get a
I'm
five
bowling now.
He can get a five for
I'm bowling from both ends.
How many overs have we had in these? We've had 80, so they could take the new ball, couldn't they?
They could, but that would mean him probably not bowling.
Yes,
that's not on.
He's the captain.
We have no electronic scoreboard.
That's good. Ben Cox on strike. David Lloyd bowls the first delivery of the final day of the cricket season to him, and it's a dot ball led straight back to the Derbyshire skipper. Just the one slip in place. The square looks a completely different colour today than it has done for the rest of the match, as this next delivery is pushed out into the offside. Mitch Wagstaff does the fielding. He may well open the bowling from the Bennett end. Scoreboard is back. Excellent news. 264 for 8. Leicestershire. As Lloyd is in again. That one is slog sweep. Big appeal for leg before wicket.
Not from round the wicket, surely.
Turning it a mile. No, I agree with you. I'm not sure how big a turner of the ball David Lloyd is. I think it's the pace that he bowls at that foxes the batters. Mostly, he might say otherwise. 4 for 11 his previous best. He's got 3 for 42 at the moment, so he has to take both of the remaining wickets to get career best figures. And that first fifer, as the first run off the bat of the day, goes to Ben Cox, pushing it square on the offside out towards it. Is Yusuf bin Naeem who is out there, so that means that somebody isn't out there. Wearing 18 out on the cover boundary. I'll have to try and work out who isn't there. It should be fairly straightforward, really. Pat Brown is there.
Is Zach out there?
Zach Chappell isn't out there. No, he isn't. Perhaps he's just having a rest before he bowls.
He bowled a fair bit this morning out there.
He certainly looked okay, didn't he?
Yes, he seemed fine. Yes, you're right. I would imagine he's waiting until David Lloyd decides to take the new ball, which may be some time.
Yes, indeed. Short leg in place for Lloyd now, bowling to Sam Wood, who leaves that first delivery to go through to wicketkeeper Brooke Guest. There's an extra cover who is very close in as well, Pat Brown, as Lloyd bowls, and that one is pushed into the offside off the back foot. Don't go onto the back foot. First over of the final day of the season is complete. One run from it, 265 for 8, with Cox on 27 and Wood on 2, and that ball that they have been using has just been hurled off the field.
Oh.
And Zach Chappell is on the field, so it's not Zach, because he's just removed his cap, and the new ball has been taken after 81 overs. So Derbyshire don't want to mess about here. They just want to get rid of these last two if they possibly can.
I suppose David Lloyd wanted to see if it was going to turn a bit, but the heavy roller has been on, to our mutual disgust, I think.
Absolutely.
I've railed on about it all season, to be honest. Used far too often during games and kills pitches for far too long. Because Lloyd and Mitch Wagstaff in particular, who I thought bowled really nicely, did manage to find a little bit of turn last night. and it would have been fun to see if they might have been able to continue to do so this morning, but well, it wasn't helped. It wouldn't have been helped by the heavy roller.
I'm going to say Martin Anderson's not on the field.
Okay. Well, Moore is sort of vaguely warming up.
Yeah, he's just been handed a towel as well. Keep the ball as dry as possible.
Zach Chappell then, down from the Bennett end, bowls to Ben Cox outside off stump. Swings away, but from wide went wider, and Cox had nothing to do with it. And we were watching them this morning. They've been scarifying the pitches, obviously those to the the west side, the meat side of the square, alongside the pitch. The pitch is cut towards that side of the ground anyway, but they've now got quite aesthetically pleasing sort of brown and light green stripes on them as a consequence. Ripped up. Chappell is in, bowls a little bit short and wide and carved down to third man by Cox. 4-4. They put the rope around the ground obviously several times before we arrived this morning because there was an awful lot of dew on it, and well, you can still see it all sort of on the other side of the boundary. It's very wet.
Before you arrived, certainly I watched them do it. Yeah.
Okay. We're going to get a few digs in today, are we?
I think so. It's a long 6 months to be sitting in the house by yourself without anybody to jibe at.
Okay.
You're just unfortunate that this is the last day.
Cox on to 31, 269 for 8. Chappell is in and bowls to him. He guides that one, leans forward, guides it down to almost the same place with brilliant diving stop down there. I was going to say almost the same result, but really fine work down there by Anderson. No, it's not. It's Wagstaff down there, beg his pardon. And he'll be very damp now because he slid on his sort of side and shoulder quite a long way to get to, and I can see him actually just pulling the trousers off the damp bits that is clinging to his skin now.
Not good, is it?
That will feel rather unpleasant for a while. So Cox has to settle for 3. Did he get 3 in the end there, or was it just the one? Must have been just the one. Just the one. I was on to 34.
No, he got 3.
He did get 3.
Yeah, he was on 31 before.
Beg your pardon. 31 and 3 and 34. Beyond me at this stage.
Well, it was an odd number.
It was. Chappell into the left-handed Wood. Leaves outside off stump as it's pushed across. It bounces nicely, but not particularly quickly. And both our interviewees last night commented that the pitch was slightly slower than they thought it might be. Lewis Rees and Sol Budinger. Budinger still grinding his teeth about how he didn't go on and make what would have been a maiden first-class century, having played so nicely, going into the 80s. Chappell is in, bowls outside off stump. Quicker, fuller delivery, a little bit of swing back as well, but from outside off stump, and Wood, not for the first time in his innings, both last night and this morning, leaves. He's on 2 of 15 deliveries. As I say, a very good unbeaten half century last time out against Northampton, on a pitch that was giving the India leg spinner Chahal plenty of assistance. Chappell, a different proposition, comes in, bowls to Wood, who is very solidly forward, pushing the ball back out towards mid-off. It's the end of Chappell's 15th over of the innings, but the first with the new ball. But again, there didn't look to be a great deal of life in the pitch, which was an awful lot of grass left on it yesterday, but as ever, Grace Road doesn't always make that much difference. 272 for 8. Easily, actually. Really.
And goes Pat Brown then bowling to Cox, a short ball that he has nothing to do with. It just goes down on one knee and allows it to pass through to Brooke Guest. I'm not sure that's lucky hands necessarily at the far end from Zach Chappell, but he wants something.
Was it a jazz hand wave at the pavilion?
Yes, it was. Yeah, it's too cold for lucky hands. He's gone thrust into his pockets at the moment. I just heard an ice cream van, which seems, well, even more optimistic than the one the other day. because it's probably about 10, 11 degrees out there. As Brown goes in, and that one is defended on the back foot by Cox up towards mid-off.
Sunday morning, kids need their additives.
If it wasn't a 400-mile hike up and down the stairs, I might be tempted, but 3 times a day is enough for me.
The stairs?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He screams.
I can no longer have anything 3 times a day. Here is Brown in and bowls. That one is pushed out into the offside where it's fielded by Nyron Donald. I must start calling him Nyron again and not slipping into Nye, because he didn't admonish me, but he was saying that a lot of people are now calling him Nye in the written press, and he doesn't really like that because he is an Nyron.
I bet his parents don't either. It's usually the mums like the names used properly, don't they?
Jocelyn and Andrew.
Rightly
Very
so.
nice message off Andrew this morning. Hope you're listening. Hope you're well. As Brown is in again, that one is driven pleasantly out into the offside. A little race round here for Harry Kame, and that they go through for 2 runs. That was a beautiful cover drive from Ben Cox, who moves on to 36, and Leicestershire to 274 for 8.
He's looked a good player at times this season, Cox.
Yeah, he's a good player, though, isn't he?
Yeah, quite classy. 69 at Derby, I think, was his best score of the season.
Obviously.
48 at home to at home to Gloucestershire, 51 not out.
See, that doesn't
Home
count
to
either.
Yorkshire.
Ah, there we go. A team with a proper attack.
They were too.
Yes.
Code and Fisher. Fisher was back for the first time for months.
Congratulations to them for finishing 12th in the county championship, as this next one is turned into the leg side by Cox. Champagne corks were popping as they finished 12th.
Was it about an hour after Lancashire were relegated?
Yes, I think it was actually.
Their promotion, so.
Lancashire relegated at about 5-5 last night when they were bowled out.
It's a shame,
Isn't it? But it's just good for so many reasons. There is Brown again. Past umpire Long and bowls to Cox, who again back foot defensive shot up towards Harry Moore at mid-off, and the over comes to an end. So 3 overs gone, little of any consequences really happened. Ben Cox has hit a boundary. He's on 36. Wood has 274 for 8. So if you've got any anecdotes you want us to read out, today might be your lucky day, really, because quite frankly, we're watching a glorified net session here.
You'll all want to join in Nott's self-congratulation for managing to stay up, utilising their scant resources to such effect that they've managed to cling on in the First Division.
Absolutely hideous, the celebrations that a team with that much money, club with that much money stays up.
Chappell is in, bowls 2 wide outside of Stumpton Wood. Not to be tempted. He remains on 2. Richard Ray 23 at gmail.com. Fletchsport at gmail.com. That was the
Fletch Cricket at gmail.com, but Fletch Sport on Twitter. Yeah. I tend not to ask for messages at football matches.
No.
Mainly because they're usually very rude.
Chappell bowls. Wood is looking to play much more forcefully than previously, but doesn't really follow through. Times his forward defensive push very nicely, and the ball just bounces 2 or 3 times before being stopped at mid-off. I say he too looks an all-rounder potentially in the making as far as Leicestershire are concerned. 2 slips and a gully. Messrs Lloyd, Madsen and Donald respectively, as Chappell is in. Wood is seeing it pretty well at the moment, leans forward, blocks it out to Brown in the covers, and again there is no run. Well, there's a few people in the Uptonsteel stand, and I say a few advisedly. I can count them on the fingers of 2 hands actually. There's 6 of them I can see. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Right.
There we go. They're well spread.
If only you'd said on one hand there and then counted to 7.
Yeah. I did think about it. Chappell is in and bowls again a little bit too wide. Outside off stump in terms of tempting Wood into a booming drive that takes the edge, but no, Wood at this stage wants to dig in. I think he really enjoyed himself, he said, batting against Northamptonshire for as long as he did, and he has a very good run scoring record, or had a very good run scoring record for the second team. Batted in the top 4 quite often. So, as I say, genuine all-rounder in the making, Leicestershire hoping. Chappell in, bowls to him, a bouncer that just moves his head to one side. It was a little bit too short from Chappell, rather looped over Wood's head. He's quite a tall young man, Wood, about 6'1", 6'2", something like that. Point goes back to within about 10 yards of the boundary. That's Mr. Benjamin, which no doubt will mean Chappell will bowl a foolish ball on the legs of Wood. Let us see. In he goes. Bowls length delivery that is left by Wood. Indications from Chappell and Guest, as Guest did take it moving to his right, that it was fairly close to off stump, but I suspect not quite as close as their reaction suggested. 274 for 8 remains the score. 1 for 47 for Chappell from 16 overs now. How many left today? Well, 92. 2 for the change of innings. 90. Did the old 87 each. Could do, didn't they? But
could.
They won't.
No.
I don't think.
The one thing I can't see out there, and I'm delighted to say, is any Derbyshire players with hand warmers, those shaky things. A lot of hands in pockets, and 1 or 2 are blowing into their hands, but there's no hand warmers. So that's good. As Pat Brown begins a new over, Ben Cox on strike, goes back and cuts it out to Kame at...
Do you not approve of hand warmers?
No, get on with it. It's not that cold. Well, we're sitting in a room with a heater, obviously. Cox has moved on to 37, incidentally, 275 for 8. But when you're running about, you should be able to stay warm, shouldn't you?
Not everybody, I suppose, is running. I suppose the slips and not doing too much running other than between overs.
There aren't many sports where you can put your hands in your pockets for a lengthy time, no other. I can't think of many others, but there's a lot of hands in pockets out there. There's Brown around the wicket to the left-handed. Wood bowls a bouncer, ducks underneath it comfortably, goes through to Guest once again. I was trying to work out where Bin Naeem was, and he's down at long leg now, so he's moving quite a bit. It is cold, actually. I've decided. But I'm old, so here comes Brown again. That one's left alone by Wood outside the off stump.
Judging by the curry you ate last night, which had 3 chilies next to it in the menu, I'm assuming that you're not actually susceptible to high temperatures, or you don't feel.
And it wasn't as hot as I could have coped with hotter. It was a very nice meal. Thank you for the invitation. But no, very pleasant. I do like spicy food. Probably my dead taste buds. Brown is in. Wood gets bat on ball this time, pushes it up to mid-off, where Reese does the fielding.
Yes, I gathered you enjoyed it. When I glanced up from my biryani, which was about a third gone, to see an empty plate in front of you.
That's
made short work of it.
It's a private school education that does that.
Yeah, before somebody else grabs it. You mean,
yeah.
Eat now, or
you're going to starve.
Like a gully.
Yes, Mitch Wagstaff, I think, has got in there. Here comes Brown. In and bowls. That one is edged and caught by Wayne Madsen, and Wood has gone. Nice catch, low down to his right by Wayne Madsen. It went quick. Pat Brown picks up the first wicket of the day. Wood goes for 2, and Leicestershire 275 for 9 now. The Derbyshire opening batters, and this remarkably changed batting lineup can start thinking about getting out in the middle for a bat. They won't have to keep their hands in their pockets for too much longer. 275 for 9.
Sort of regulation dismissal, really, wasn't it? Everything about that good from Derbyshire's point of view. Decent delivery, a little bit of movement perhaps. Wood forward, a little bit heavy-handed, but thickish outside edge, and as you say, a very neat, relatively comfortable catch for Wayne Madsen.
Just a little bit down to his right, but comfortable enough in the end. And what it does, of course, is it allows Ben Cox to remove his helmet, which you don't see his hair very often, and that's probably just as well. They go in for the hair colouring at Leicester, don't they? Leicestershire. There's 1 or 2 players who've.
Somebody else?
Salt Buddingers. That can't be natural, can it?
I suspect not.
I mean, apologies to Sol if it is.
He could have had a great shock at some stage, but I don't think so.
Yeah. I mean, I don't mind it. I like, as Sam Connors knows, the soon-to-be departed Sam Connors knows, I have nothing but admiration for mullets and that kind of thing. Anybody with hair, really.
Wayne Madsen's 14th catch of the season.
Is that all?
I was going to say, by his standards, it's probably one of his lower returns, possibly.
Yeah.
But, yeah, pretty safe hands. Well, coming to the wicket now, Alex Green. He's going to face his first delivery in first-class cricket. He's doing so with the benefit of a great deal of advice from Ben Cox.
So Aaron Donald and Wayne Madsen have both got 14 catches now this season as non-wicket keepers. That's second and third slip generally, or second slip and gully. If you'd have asked me, I'd have said it was more, I have to say.
Morning to Guy Gibson, who is watching and listening on the stream at the moment in splendid isolation, it would appear, judging by the comments. Last time, Guy. We'll miss you.
Pat Brown's got 1 more ball of this over left, the third over with the new ball, to pick up his second wicket. He bowls to Green, who gets off. No, he doesn't get off the mark straight. He would have got off the mark straight away, but Ben Cox says, no, this is still a serious game of cricket. I will take the strike. And he turns down the single, which is a shame for Alex Green, and it remains 275 for 9.
Poor Green. Oh, that's great. I'm off the mark.
Yeah.
Am I not allowed to have runs at number 11?
Is there a point to that? I would suggest not, personally, but hey, what do I know?
Morning to Lindsay as well. Good to have your company.
Yeah, Mark Crossland's been in touch on X. Some very kind comments. Thank you, Mark. Good to have you with us as well. Quite frankly, it's good to have anybody.
Cox looks around. Well, plenty of areas where he can pick up the single now. Benjamin is back on the backward square boundary. There's a long leg, in fact everywhere, suddenly as everyone has retreated to give him a single, but they're doing so at such a stage that Chappell has to abort his run-in. It was a sort of afterthought, I suspect, from David Lloyd. Quite a few had gone into a single saving position and then sort of suddenly began to back off. Chappell then is in to Cox, who dabs it down into the completely vacant covers, but rather than run up to the end, he just turns and walks off towards short leg. Brown walks into field, and hopefully this doesn't go on for too long.
If we thought today was going to be futile, I think we've just plumbed new depths.
Could be about to, folks. If we could get 4 balls and over of this for the next 10 overs.
Oh dear, oh dear.
The point of this is...
No idea.
Chappell bowls. Cox pushes it out to deepish mid-on as he leant forward into that again. Comfortable single was turned down. Lewis Rees, Son's sun hat for once. There being no sun, I suppose. Used to seeing him in it. Picks up, gives the ball a perfunctory polish before tossing it to Chappell.
Wayne Madsen looks particularly cold out there, dancing around before he settles down at second slip.
Chappell bowls. Cox turns him neatly. Could be 2 there because it's gone between Binyamin and Moores. He had turned for the second. The throw was a little bit short, but Harry Moores got it away quickly. So Cox, having taken a few steps back down the pitch, looking for the second, decided no, we'll settle for one, which means that Chappell will have 3 deliveries at AM Green, Alex Green, a 17-year-old.
It's
sorry for the language down there.
It's our old friend Gary down there. He's a Derbyshire supporter who regularly contributes. Normally it's
you
not
hear
quite
worse,
as...
don't you?
Yes, but it's not normally... I mean, he normally contributes via...
Oh, I see. Okay.
Social media and things like that. But
if he does, we'd better tell him that he's being picked up in the effects mic. Chappell then into Green, who leaves at the very, very last moment, but rather cleverly.
He might have left it as it was thudding into Brookguest's gloves.
We'll have a look at the replay, and I'm content to give...
Yeah.
He's a big boy. Yeah, I'm not going to give him a hard time.
I'll back you up, you're all right.
Giant young man, isn't he? What do you reckon, 6'5", 6'6"?
Yes, yes.
He's wide as well.
He looks tall from
strong.
here, doesn't he? That's an indication because he's 60 yards away.
Chappell bowls to him. He's a fraction late on that, but he's solidly behind it. He's not going anywhere. There's no suggestion of hopping or backing away or anything like it. And now the Derbyshire fielders retreat in the hope of giving him a single.
Pat Brown's at 4 slip. I don't think I've seen that before. And he's perfectly capable of fielding at 4 slip, no question about it.
Chappell bowls. Green again. It's sort of in position early, but still manages to look as though he's playing it a fraction late. It's sort of, well, not playing by numbers per se. He was again solidly enough behind it, blocked it out into the offside, and he has now faced 4 deliveries in first-class cricket, and has yet to be dismissed. 276 for 9. The Leicestershire innings, the first innings, limps on. 264 overnight. So somehow they've added 12. That 4 down to third man from Cox, followed by a 3, I suppose, was the highlight of the day.
It's been
the
exciting.
runs were flowing then.
Fortunately, I only have 20 seconds to fill at 11 o'clock, so I should be able to do that just by saying where I am. Here's Pat Brown, continuing from the pavilion end, bowling to Ben Cox, who's hits quite high up on the bat as he defends it, up towards mid-on.
Somebody asked how tall Green was on the stream, and the reply was about 15 hands. He does look a bit like a sort of Suffolk punch, as though he'd be capable of towing a plough or 2.
Well, back in the day, he might have done, who knows. He's a big lad. Here's Brown, bowling to Cox, a short delivery, pulls out of the pull shot.
I don't think back in the day even men pulled ploughs, and they
Did they
get
not?
horses to do them, didn't they? I think they guided and pushed them.
Well, but before they domesticated horses, they must have been, or they just hunter-gatherers then, rather than...
At what point in history did horses become domesticated?
You know how to get in touch with us. Yeah. Thank you to Greg Watts, regular contributor. Thank you for his kind words. Just an observation, he says. in conclusion, as Brown is in again and bowls. Oh, he has a go at that one, does Cox. Goes through to the wicket-keeper, Brooke Guest, having not taken the edge. 3 Bens in the Leicestershire team, 3 Harrys in the game. Sussex have got 3 Toms. Yeah, a proliferation of modern names. Although, I suppose Harry's is sort of an old name, but only when it's used as Harold. My boy Charlie is a Charles, but never gets called it, as far as I'm aware. Here is Pat Brown. That one is clipped down towards fine leg. It's not fielded particularly well by Zach Chappell, who dives all over round and everywhere else past it as it goes for 4. He got there, and Pat Brown, his big mate, is still looking over his left shoulder. He won't be pleased with that. Pat Brown, I suppose most sportsmen are like this to a degree, sports people really, in that perfectly pleasant off the field, but have a bit of a streak when they're on it, and Pat Brown is fuming. You can see it, and I haven't seen the apology yet from Zach Chappell, but I'd imagine that one was forthcoming, or one will be forthcoming at some point. Here is Brown at the top of his mark. Sorry, I thought he'd already set off. He hasn't, and he's still shaking his head now. Oh dear. They won't be. When we see them at lunch, we'll see if they're sitting next to each other. Brown goes in and bowls to Cox, who cracks that into the ground. Nice stop by Kame, diving away to his left at backward point, prevents a run from being scored. Cox remains on 42, 280 for 9. 2 balls to go in the over, and I don't know why we're watching this really. In fact, I'm not going to bother anymore. I'm off.
He isn't really, folks. He's off to update BBC Radio Derby with the news that Leicestershire are continuing to apply themselves in their first innings. Cox 42 not out. Well, he will have eyes on a half-century perhaps, as Brown is in 2, the former Worcester man who drives and misses, minimal foot movement, and it was a little bit airy, and he punches the bat in self-admonition. Does sometimes when he's trying to get the ball away outside off stump play a little bit into out, so to speak, that the bat doesn't come down on a straight plane. Prescribes something of a parabola, and it looks a little bit awkward, and he often misses as a consequence. It's odd because in just about every other respect of his batting he's a fairly correct player. Wanders up to Alex Green in the 2 touch bats. Green a good head and a half taller than his teammate. Green it is on strike. 4 slips behind him as Chappell bowls him. Goes straight through him. The off stump is out of the ground. I think it may have broken it. In fact, Green just done for a little bit of pace there. Absolutely zero reaction from any of the Derbyshire players. All they do is turn, and the 2 openers trot off ahead of the 2 Leicestershire players. Ben Cox is left 42 not out. Leicestershire are all out for 280. Now, there will be 87 overs left to be bowled today, so effectively we are exactly halfway through the number of overs that the match is going to yield, the most number of overs that the match is going to yield. So if there was any sort of double forfeit now, then it would be about right. Both sides would have 87 overs. We shall see if there's going to be one. We'll find out in the next 5 minutes or so. We'll see, but we'll take a 5-minute break. We'll get a cup of ourselves for the next hour and see if there's going to be a gameplay. Continue to go through the modes.
So far as statistics of the Leicestershire is at 280. There were 4 extras and they were red bars. To Derbyshire, 4 figures, Zach Chapel, 17.1 overs, 7 lanes, 2 for 48. Harry Moore, 10 overs for 56 runs.
Hello, we're back, and the 2 Derbyshire openers, David Lloyd and Mitch Wagstaff, heading out into the middle behind the umpires. The Leicestershire players still in an arm around the shoulders huddle below us. Scoreboard hasn't changed, so as far, well, manual scoreboard has, that's just sort of gone back to, no, well, here it has changed now, and there's no indication, I'm afraid, that there has been a forfeit of any kind. The only innings score that is showing is Leicestershire's first innings of 280. So this is Derbyshire's first innings, and the game is effectively dead.
And it would be wrong of us not to mention what kind of roller was trundling up and down the pitch, really, wouldn't it? For the second time in half an hour, the heavy roller was on.
7 minutes of heavy roller. So spicy it ain't.
I did once, I'm sure, but it just makes it look darker. It makes it look like his Leicestershire top see-through. It's a different colour to the rest of the kit, but...
Well, he's going to open the bowling as he opened the batting. And it's you from this end, isn't it, I think?
Oh, go on then. Mitch Wagstaff, 3 slips in place, and he bowls, and Wagstaff leaves that one alone outside the off stump. Mitch Wagstaff, who opened the batting in the second innings. Was it the second innings? Oh dear. I think it was. Yes, it was the second innings against Middlesex. After coming on as a concussion substitute for Lewis Rees, who'd been in a minor car accident the previous weekend and had some delayed concussion symptoms. Here's Holland in again and bowls. That's even wider of the off stump and left alone again by Wagstaff. He made 27, but in very trying circumstances. Derbyshire were 185 behind at the time, and he was chucked into the game. I thought he batted really nicely and wasn't allowed to bowl because he's a leg spinner and Lewis Rees is a medium pacer. But the pitch was turning.
A little bit surprised they didn't let Green loose straight away.
Yeah.
If they, you know.
He's just had a strenuous bat there, hasn't he? Here is Holland again bowls. He's got bat and ball this time, and he pushes it out into the offside. Wagstaff.
But there seems a sort of bloody-minded determination on both sides just to play the game as they would normally play it, whatever the consequences.
Almost as if this was day 2.
Well, exactly. And yeah, it's to say that it's almost a sort of contrariness, isn't it, when talking to the guys yesterday, that no, we've got to do it by the book, so to speak. Let the game pan out naturally, but it
won't.
No.
Holland bowls. Wagstaff carves it into the offside. That's a brilliant piece of fielding. Backward point.
It's usually Budinger there, but I can't quite see.
No, it isn't. Doesn't look tall enough to be Budinger.
It's Harry Swindles.
Harry Swindles. Excellent piece of work by Swindles.
Well, last day for Lewis Hill as Leicestershire's captain, and there was one or two suggestions that Holland might be in line. So open the batting, open the bowling, and the captain.
Yeah, can't do too much. As Holland bowls, that one is on leg stump, and he tries to whip it away, does Wagstaff. It's taken nicely by Cox behind the stumps.
Other suggestions was strong support for Peter Hanscom to captain in all forms next season. The only sort of mark against him being that possibilities that he'd sort of go home at beginning of September again, or go back to Australia at the beginning of September.
Round the wicket goes Holland to the left-handed Wagstaff, who leaves that one alone, finishes the over 0 for 0 after 1 over in reply to 280, and this game now has 85 more overs to go. Well, Yorkshire have found that having an overseas captain can be a bit of a struggle, because Shan Masood was obviously went there as captain, then regained his place in the Pakistan side. In fact, captains the Test team now and has not been there for months.
Yeah, much as...
And I know he's not massively popular among the supporters.
That's unlikely to be an issue with Hanscom. I think his international career is almost certainly done now.
Would Ben Cox not be a candidate?
Possibly, but then they left Cox out for a couple of games when Hanscom kept Wicket.
Oh, okay.
And they brought in an extra bowler, so I think it's possibly early for Cox. Be interesting. We will have a chat to Alfonso Thomas at the end of the game. We'll talk about this game, but we'll also talk about the season as a whole, and put that out on the Talking Foxes podcast, I'm sure. Sam Wood is getting the new ball from the Bennett end. In comes the 19-year-old and bowls very straight to David Lloyd, who covers up on the back foot, blocks it out to his opposite number, Lewis Hill, at mid-off, and there's no run. Lloyd provided one of my images of the season, really, this year, when he was bowled by a Scott Curry slower ball, one of those sort of Franklin Stevenson, sort of almost moon balls. Don't think he quite meant to bowl it in that way, Curry, but it worked, and somehow, as Wood turns, comes in and bowls, Lloyd gets the delivery down the leg side, short, that he sort of tries to help on its way, but then pulls out of the attempted pull and lets it bounce through to Cox. But Lloyd ended up bowled, but with his feet lying on his back, with his feet pointing down the wicket.
It was astonishing, wasn't it?
I still can't quite work out how he ended up in that position, but he took it in good part afterwards, and he was very good value afterwards. Yeah, he's done me there, he said. Yeah. In goes Wood, bowls to Lloyd, who does pull this time, helps it around the corner. Left knee raised stylishly as he did so. Straight to wide-ish long leg, where Scriven is the fielder. And there was one run, so Derbyshire up and running in their underline first innings.
Yeah, very disappointing.
Little bit, isn't it?
Yeah.
Could have made
not unexpected,
something
but
happen.
a bit disappointing.
Wood round the wicket to the left-handed Wagstaff. It bounces up on him a little bit, hits the thigh pad or the sort of right pad and bounces down towards Holland, who's at third slip. Bodinger's at first. Travaskis is at second. Haven't seen that before. And Holland at third.
Seen that a couple of times in this match now, where the ball has come up off the thigh pad and gone through and been caught.
Did bounce a couple of times in fairness before reaching Holland. Wood is in a bit straighter this time. Wagstaff walks into the defensive press, pushing it out towards mid-on, where Hill, of course, is the fielder. On comes the unknown 12th man. Clearly an academy product. I'll have to find out who that is at lunchtime. With various beer towels. Clearly plenty of damp still out there. Which mitigates again. I suppose that the bowling side can say, well, the ball's going soft after 20 overs, so what's the point? Wood is in, bowls, and Wagstaff is solidly forward and blocks the ball out into the offside, where Ben Green picks up and tosses it to Ben Mike. One without loss after two.
Yeah, well, I've got nothing to add at the moment. Yeah, no, absolutely. The ball will go soft, but perhaps more pressing for Leicestershire, as they've had to pay for a new ball that only lasted 7 overs.
Guy Gibson votes for Pugwash as cap. Who's Pugwash, Guy? Is that a nickname that I've missed?
Well, Captain Pugwash, so is he looking for captains?
I suppose, yeah. I wasn't sure whether... It's an entirely... Yeah.
Mark Phillips, you know, that kind of thing. Anybody called Captain Kirk. In comes Holland and bowls to Lloyd, who pushes this one out into the offside. It's Wood. Tall figure of Sam Wood fielding at cover.
Yeah, it was an entirely spurious contribution. Thank you, Guy.
Yeah.
It wasn't.
Well done, everybody.
I thought there might be some.
Listen, the comments are matching the day's play.
They are. Fair play.
Yeah. People are trying to keep themselves amused. Whilst also listening to us, which will have the opposite effect. Here is Holland in and bowls to Lloyd, who pushes this up to mid-on this time. Again, there's no run. Tom Scriven, I think, at mid-on. Disappointing season, David Lloyd, if
Yeah,
you're
I was just
looking for him.
I was, yeah. I was just thinking.
You'd go quite a long way down.
33 needed to get to 500 for the season, which for a frontline bat is average of 21. It's not enough, really,
No,
is
it's
it?
not worked for him this year. He's been up and down the order. He's filled in at opener, which he is doing in this match, of course. He's facing this next delivery from Holland, and Lots of hand gestures from Lloyd as he plays that one back to the bowler. So he's batted at the very top and he's gone in at 3. I've tried to pin him down as where he prefers to bat, but I think batters are always loath to tell you where they prefer to bat in case they get runs in a position they don't prefer to bat in and then stick there.
So Wayne Madsen is 300 runs ahead of the nearest.
Yes.
Jeepers.
Here it is. It's been a good season. Oh, he's edged that one. He's not been caught. I thought he'd been caught there.
Got a hand
At slip by Ben Green, diving away to his right-hand side. It's actually gone away down to third man for 4.
I think he got a hand to
Yeah, I think he might have done. I'd be very hard. Well, judging by the fact that he's got his hands in his pockets now and he's getting up very awkwardly. He isn't ringing anything out, but it was a definite edge. Are you giving that a chance?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Got there, didn't he? He reached, flicked his got fingers to it, I'm certain of that.
Well, I better give it a chance then.
Yeah, absolutely. Lloyd on 1. Off Holland. Green at third slip.
Holland is in again. What's his response going to be? He bowls another delivery on the stumps and it's pushed out to the offside. And there is no run. There were a few drops in the Leicestershire innings as well. 3 before lunch in the hour that was possible yesterday. Midday start, so obviously you have lunch at 1 o'clock, having not played for 2 days. And that's not a criticism of either side. That's the ludicrous regulations of cricket. As Holland is in again, and that one is guided to point by Lloyd, and the over comes to an end. 5 without loss after 2. Lloyd with all of the runs scored so far. What did the 4 extras, 4 leg byes in the Leicestershire innings of 280?
Your lunch menu has arrived.
Oh, right.
We can offer you roast beef, roast pork, or roast chicken, or a vegetarian option, a feta tart. All right, that was unnecessary, wasn't it? Beef, pork, or chicken?
I'll have beef,
Right,
please.
sure.
Thank you very
I
much.
shall send that through. In goes Wood and bowls to Mitch Wagstaff, who at some stage today I will almost certainly call Ken, on the basis that
The whole city.
Yeah, exactly. I grew up on the East Coast and was taken to see the Tigers, led by Messrs Wagstaff and Chilton, on a fair few occasions. First game I ever saw, actually, first professional game I ever saw, was Hull City versus Leeds United. It was Chris Chilton's testimonial, and it finished 7-6 to Hull City, as in goes Wood and bowls very straight, and again Wagstaff staying on the back foot, blocks it, drops it down into the onside. Green comes chasing into field, 43 on his back. I'll have to get used to that. And I spent the next 50 years thinking football was going to be like that. It wasn't, but then I actually spoke to Chris Chilton after he'd retired, did an interview with him, and he said, yeah, I remember that. He said, but you do remember that we weren't playing offside.
Oh.
And as a 6-year-old, I hadn't twigged. I just thought that was how it was. In goes Wood, neatly clipped off his toes by Wagstaff, but straight to fine leg where Scriven is the fielder, but means that Wagstaff is off the mark, off his 12th ball faced, 6 without loss. I was thinking, yeah, it's a long time, half a century to be thinking about that.
Yeah.
Got there in the end.
I went to Ian Callaghan's, remember him at Liverpool?
Yeah, absolutely.
The winger, member of the 66 World Cup squad, but never played.
Sorry, did you say beef before I send this out?
Yes, please.
Okay.
I can't remember who they were playing. It was some European side, and it finished 0-0.
Wood is in. Lloyd is looking to drive. It's fraction aerial. He's a fraction late on it, pushing across the line. He has to adjust, and it runs straight out to Ben Green, who's hopping around like a schoolboy on the last day of term out there. Looking happy, but with his hands in his pockets.
Yeah, you can't beat a serious testimonial game, can you? Packed house, Anfield.
0-0 in a testimonial. Wood bowls, turned by Lloyd, stepping across his stump slightly on the back foot, pushing it out towards mid-wicket where Green is the fielder. 6 without loss, therefore remains the score. So yes, he may become Ken Wagstaff if he hangs around for any amount of time. Mitch Wagstaff. Wood is in, bowls to Lloyd, bounces a little bit high, and Wood turned with hands raised, only to see umpire Bainton already walking towards the stumps, reaching for the jumpers behind him, which is a discouraging sight from the bowler's point of view when you immediately turn. Hopefully, but it did look a touch high. Lloyd, not the tallest of men, straight-ish, but slips and wicketkeeper went up, but the way they immediately sort of accepted the decision as soon as Bainton started to walk towards them, indication that they probably knew it wasn't close enough.
I'm just trying to find out who they played in that Ian Callaghan testimonial. I'm sure it was a
Dukla Prague
well,
or
that would have been good, wouldn't it?
Hertha Berlin, some East German lot.
Here is Holland bowling to Wagstaff, who pushes the first ball of the new over out into the offside, where Ben Mike does the fielding in the covers. You can buy the testimonial brochure if you want on eBay. You can buy anything on eBay, can't you?
Must say on that who they were playing now.
Well,
maybe not actually.
No.
It's more about the player than the match, isn't it?
Yeah, 77, 78 was the year. This will help. Here comes Holland again. In bowls to Wagstaff, who just defends that into the onside this time. Sam Wood does the fielding. There's a photograph of a team sheet here.
How much do those Callaghan brochures go for then?
Tenner.
A tenner. Okay.
Yeah. I don't think it was that game. Surely that can't have finished 0-0 because that was a Lancashire 11, which included Alex Stepney and Terry Darracott of Everton, Mike Doyle, excuse me, Mick Lyons, Dennis Chewett. I can't have finished 0-0, surely. Here goes Holland again and bowls. That one is guided to point this time by Mitch Wagstaff, who very deliberately practices the same shot again. Perhaps I'm misremembering. I'm sure that was the game. And I've told that story many times, so I could be talking absolute tosh. Which would be disappointing if I was. If you want a photograph of him and Tommy Smith as Holland bowls, and it's left alone outside the off stump by Wagstaff.
Tommy Smith, the black activist?
The very same. Tommy Smith, Ian Callaghan and Bob Paisley, all doing the power salute. You can get one. It's been hand signed, it says here, as opposed to when he used to sign them with his teeth, for 36 quid.
Okay.
I'll give it a miss for the time being.
Tell you another story about programming in a moment, so there's something to look forward to.
Absolutely. Holland bowls, Mitch Wagstaff defends. You might want to start now.
Okay, fair enough. Well, I don't know if you remember, about 2015, Bradford City reached the League Cup final, didn't they? And they got hammered by Swansea, was it? Anyway, sorry, go on.
You don't know if I remember. I commentated on the entire run because I was working for Radio Leeds at the time. They beat Arsenal in the quarterfinals at Valley Parade, and then Villa in a two-legged semi-final.
We must have come across each other then at some stage.
Here is Holland, who bowls, and that one is left alone by Wagstaff to go through to the keeper. 6 without loss, 5 overs gone, dull as Richard Ray with and then lightning and uplifting anecdote about Bradford City.
Well, they reached the FA Cup final in 1911. I'd researched it because obviously I was writing about the League Cup run. When was it? Was it the League Cup run?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, what year was it?
13, 14,
Yeah, it was
sometime
about
around
then,
then.
wasn't it? But obviously, the first time they'd reached a final for a long time. But my grandfather, who lived in Bradford for a long time, as Sam Wood comes down the slope and bowls, looking too dry, slightly inside edge, runs straight out to mid-off, and there's no run. Worked at the Midland Hotel in Bradford, and I was talking to, and was a keen Bantam supporter, and I was talking to my aunt, his daughter, obviously, and about it, and she remembered him telling her about that cup run and going to Wembley, etc., etc. Wood is in and bowls. Lloyd is whipping him nicely off his legs, and that's going to be 4. Nice shot again. Lloyd plays that shot really nicely, like a lot of sort of smallish men do. Raised his left knee and whipped it away. Beautiful piece of timing. Best shot of the innings so far. He moves on to 9, 10 without loss. Derbyshire in their first innings.
You know I don't want to pick holes in any of your stories.
Okay.
Can I just backtrack a bit? Your aunt was telling you about your grandfather's trip to the FA Cup final.
Correct.
Well, it wouldn't have been Wembley then, but carry on.
In 1911?
No, 1923 was the first FA Cup final at Wembley.
So where would that have...
Well, I'll look that up while you tell the rest of the story, but it's a terrific story so far, Rich. Carry on.
Anyway. She said, in fact, I think she said, I think we've got a programme somewhere. And my ears sort of pricked up a little bit, because a programme from an FA Cup final. In goes Wood and bowls. Lloyd is dropping it out into the offside, thinking about the quick single, but Ben Mike is one of the quickest fielders on the Leicestershire side and is quickly to the ball. Lloyd retreats into his ground. And I immediately, of course, checked eBay. What they went for literally thousands. I thought, and I rang her. She said, I think we threw everything out about a couple of years ago with loads of his old papers. And they genuinely had thrown out a 1911 FA Cup final programme that it preserved. In goes Wood and bowls. Lloyd slightly squared up, but very solidly behind it. Nonetheless, pushes it out wide-ish of mid-off. So, yeah, hang on to those programmes, folks. Sometimes you never quite know. Your grandchildren or great-grandchildren might thank you. Although these days, more readily available, aren't they? I think.
Yeah, but they are sort of buy and then chuck away, aren't they? I suppose. I've got loads of programmes at home, loads of programmes.
I gave all my old football programmes from every game I'd covered. There's a memory sort of charity as Wood is in and bowls, and again whipped off his legs nicely by Lloyd. Didn't quite get it as square, so Scriven can field comfortably enough at deep backward square and restrict Lloyd to 1. So I gave them all to the charity, and they hand them out to old folks who are losing their memory and things like that, and they're essentially a sort of aide-memoire. But apparently they're very useful in that respect.
The 1911 FA Cup final between Bradford City and Newcastle United was played at Crystal Palace. 0-0 draw in the first game, a replay at Old Trafford.
Wood goes round the wicket, bowls, and a little bit short of a length. Wagstaff leans forward, looks to punch it out into the offside, doesn't quite time it as well as he would have liked, and it goes straight to Mike in the covers.
So when we go on air later on, you'll be able to tell that story about your granddad remembering going to the FA Cup final at either Crystal Palace or Old Trafford.
And then my aunt said, it was just a few sheets of paper, basically. I said, there were. But, you know, that... As though it should have been a big glossy brochure in 1911. No,
if it had cost £5, he probably wouldn't have bought one either. Which would be even cheap for a programme these days at Wembley. I think they were played on the 22nd and 26th of April when they're supposed to be played, as opposed to be the end of May, which is where the football season has seeped to now. Holland begins a new over, bowling to Lloyd. He half stops the ball as Lloyd drives it, and he brings out his left hand, because that one will have stung. The Hull City connection. John Pearson. Was it John Pearson who was the striker at Hull City?
The lad who went to Manchester United in the end.
What's his
name?
Not
John. It was Pearson.
Martin Pearson.
No. Oh, it'll come to me.
And John Pearson was the referee for that cup final in 1911. Different person, of course. Here's Holland in and bowls. That one is going past the edge of David Lloyd's bat. It just bounced a little more than he was expecting, I think, as he went forward in a defensive manner and flew through to the keeper. Stuart Pearson, that's the fella.
Yeah,
that almost tied in quite nicely, didn't it? But not quite, sadly. Thanks to Nick Buxton, who's been in touch. Here is Ian Holland bowling to David Lloyd, who turns that one into the leg side. They're going to scamper through for a quick single. He's there because, of course, being right-handed, Sam Wood had to run around the ball to pick it up and therefore couldn't get the throw away. Nicely taken, quick single from Lloyd, who moves on to 11, and Wagstaff, he's on 1. Derbyshire are 12 without loss. A turgid end to a turgid season, says Nick. Thankfully, we can forget about county cricket for 6 months. Oh, don't forget about us. Always keep it in your mind. I've got to think this has been a 2 steps back season for most of the squad. The only top order player to average over 30 was Wayne Madsen. Says it all. Yes, it's not been great. Holland bowls to Wagstaff, who guides this rather unconvincingly down towards the vacant third man boundary. It's actually going to be dragged in by Harry Swindles, and as a result he saves a couple of runs there. I don't think the ball actually had enough energy to get all the way to the rope in the end, but Swindles kept up the chase. Wagstaff moves to 3, 14 without loss. Yes, we'll be getting Mickey Arthur's verdict on the season. I think we know what it is already, and there will be a full inquest, not this week on Sports In at 6, but the week after, so look out for that, as Holland is in and bowls, and Wagstaff turns this into the leg side, and they're going to scamper through for a single as Ben Mike moves around to his left to do the fielding on this occasion. 4 to Wagstaff now, 15 without loss. It's just a bit tricky this week with midweek football on Tuesday taking up much of the time in Sports In at 6. We wanted to give it some justice, so I think it'll either be a week on Tuesday or a week on Wednesday. And you'll be delighted to know I'm in the studio hosting it. So next delivery from Holland is an inside edge off Lloyd's bat down to long leg, and he also pinches the strike with the single. Air exchanges a word with Ian Holland. It all looked fairly amicable. Lloyd moves to 12, 16 without loss after 7 overs. Now Derbyshire rattling along at 2.2 and over. That's it. Anyway, we'll see you next season. Oh dear. I was just looking at, I'm not going to read scores out because it's entirely...
Hopefully. Brackets, go on.
No, it's entirely pointless. There are so many meaningless games going on today, up and down the country. I mean, it's futile.
Sam Wood, 3 overs for 7. A little bit of sun comes out, bowls straight-ish to Lloyd, who works it slightly jerkily off the straight, off middle and leg, down towards deep backward square, takes his single, rehearses the shot a few times because he was a fraction late on it, but he moves on to 13.
That's me.
Is that you? Oh, I wondered what that was. 17. Yeah, I assumed it was me, it normally is, but
it was me.
We both looked at our computers.
Remarkably.
It was quite a pleasant noise.
Well, I'll tell you what it was in a moment. It's bizarre.
Wood round the wicket. Wagstaff is all care and attention as he blocks that one back down the pitch on the off side. 22 deliveries faced now for Mitch Wagstaff for his 4 runs.
And this is AI at its scariest, because I've obviously taken over the years a number of photographs with rainbows on for some reason, no idea why. There's one here at Lord's, look. And it's put together all the rainbows that I've taken over the years and put it in one memory. How does it know?
Wood bowls again. Wagstaff is solidly forward, this time playing even more of a straight bat. It goes directly back to Wood, bounces back down the pitch. Yeah, it's slightly disconcerting sometimes.
That is weird. I'd like to know how photographs that I take on my phone are now appearing on my... Anyway.
Yes.
It's all connected.
It absolutely is.
Everything's connected.
You'll be getting adverts about rainbows soon. In goes Wood and clipped off his legs by Wagstaff. Slightly fell over himself and so didn't time it as well as he would have liked. And Green is able to move to his right to make a comfortable enough stop. Mid-wicket. Fair few people in the meet, I can see. Cafe away to our right on the first floor. It's a splendid view from there, especially if the pitch is... You do feel remarkably close to play if the pitch is cut to that side of the ground. Wood is in and bowls. Again, a little bit too straight, really. Middle and leg. And Wagstaff leaning forward can block it out to mid-on, where Hill is the fielder. Ben Mike is starting to do a few sort of side stretches. It was a side issue that kept him out for 6 weeks of the season, so one hopes he makes that side thoroughly warm before coming on to bowl. Wood is in and bowls, driven down into the ground, but bounces nicely around about chest high, in fact, for Mike to make the stop in the covers. Wood is accurate and it's sort of lively, but it's not express. Quicker than, certainly obviously quicker than Holland and people like that, but interesting to see how he compares when Green comes on to bowl and how quick Green actually is. Quite a lot of talk about him, and watching him with the white ball, he did seem to hurry one or two. He may be at the moment potentially the fastest bowler on the Leicestershire side. We will see. 17 without loss after 8, Derbyshire.
Just my hopes were raised momentarily there, but my phone alerted me to a rain warning. Sadly, it's for tomorrow. Here's Ian Holland, bowling from the pavilion end to David Lloyd, who drives it back towards Holland, who stops the ball with his left hand. And there is no runs. 16 runs in the first half hour, and 17 runs in the subsequent 30 minutes or 35 minutes. 2 wickets have fallen, and precious little else has happened, in all honesty. As Holland goes in and bowls to Lloyd, who clips that into the leg side. They're going to go through for the quick single once again, as Wood gets around the ball to pick it up. Lloyd moves to 14-18 without loss.
Trees have lost a few more leaves, definitely. Looking at them, you can see more and more of the houses behind them. They look almost, skeletons now, don't
They've
they?
gone. The dog. I can hear a dog. Excellent. Let's see if I can see the dog. Oop, here comes Holland and bowls. That one is pushed up towards mid-on by Mitch Wagstaff. Yep, next to the left of the meet, there are 2 there. Very waggy tails.
Terriers of some kind, you think?
Certainly dogs of some kind. I'm no expert.
Definitely not cats.
No. I should get a cat to bark. We're roaming into accidental partridge territory here, so I'll just move away. Got caught by them once this season. Here is the next delivery from Holland that hurries him a little bit, Wagstaff, but he manages to get bat on ball and push it down to Lewis Hill, who's fielding at mid-on.
Just Mitch Wagstaff's 4th first-class innings of the season. 29 runs at 10, so fair play that he's applying himself in this innings. It's a chance, isn't it?
Well, most of them came in his second innings in the last match. As Holland bowls, Wagstaff defends. He's an opening bat by trade in the 2s and has been. When he's come into the first team, he's generally batted a bit lower down the order. I think he enjoys opening the batting.
If he can play long innings today, take him with a certain degree of optimism into the winter.
It's never how you start, it's how you finish, apparently. He's on 4 from 29 at the moment as Holland bowls to him, and he cracks that away for 4 runs out to the cover boundary. Best shot of the day so far, certainly from the Derbyshire batters. Wagstaff moves to 8, 22 without loss. Final ball of the over. That 9 overs gone. Lloyd has 14. That was a trademark left-hander's cover drive. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. He does have it in him, although he hasn't got the run yet on the scoreboard. But they'll be there soon enough, because he deserves them. Come on, you can do it. I'm not sure that it can really. No.
8 off 30 for him now. We can definitely say that.
Yeah.
22 without loss. There we go. Ticks over. It's a little bit sluggish today. Wood continues from the Bennett end. Bowls to Lloyd, who looks to drive, but checks the shot slightly. Rehearses it, having seen the ball run straight out to Hill at mid-off. Hill is quiet today. Had a long chat to him about the captaincy, what it's meant to him, and how he felt it had gone. And who should take over, who he felt should take over. Wood bowls a little bit short, pulled away in the air, this time by Lloyd, but over square leg, and that is going to bounce over the square leg boundary. 4-4 across a large patch of dew into the covers as well. That was a great shot in many respects, not least in the amount of water it's imparted onto the ball for David Lloyd. He moves on to 18, 26 without loss. He's played that little left knee raised pull to great effect so far in this innings. It's a big run getter for him. Ball back with Wood. Down the slope he comes and bowls to Lloyd, who again is working out of his legs, and that again is going to be 4, but this time down to fine leg. It wasn't the old left knee raised, he waited for it this time and wristily helped it on its way. Very much fine of Tom Scriven, who's at a wideish long leg, trying to cover both that and backward square. Scriven just kicking up his heels, having thrown that one in, so it maybe that he's going to come on soon. And Wood, who'd bowled accurately up to this point, has now conceded 16 from his 4.3 overs, so 8 runs from his first 4.1. 8 from his last 2 deliveries. In he goes, bowls again to Lloyd. Gets his line right on that occasion, albeit it's slightly short of a good length, and Lloyd on the back foot plays it firmly out into the covers where Mike is the fielder.
I'd never noticed it before, but you will hear 5 taps of the bat, very loud. 3, then a slight pause, and then 2 more when Lloyd is batting. You'll always know on the radio when he's batting. Here we go. Apart from that one. Oh, and he did one the second time.
In goes Wood and bowls, driven in the air, just wide of the diving Mike. Couldn't get their hands into the air everywhere. Wasn't at the pitch of that one. Went through with the cover drive, and he's picked up 4 runs for it. But he's got his head down there, David Lloyd. He knows he was a little bit fortunate on that occasion. Mike still on his knees, flung himself away to his left. Couldn't quite get his left hand to the ball. Lloyd on to 26 now, but definitely lived a little bit dangerously there. Still 3 4s in 4 balls for him. 4 no?
5 that time.
In goes Wood, bowls, pulled in the air, but he's got plenty of that, over and wide of mid-wicket and mid-on, and it's going to run across to the boundary. It's come to a rest inside the rope, but it just didn't have the strength to get over the rope. It rolled against the rope and then rolled back, curiously. So 16 off that Wood over. I think he'll be done for now. All to David Lloyd, who has charged onto 30 at a runner ball.
There is a remarkable similarity between the start of the 2 innings now, because you remember yesterday Saul Buddinger took 20 off a Harry Moore over with 5-4. 16 off that over David Lloyd took from Sam Wood. And at the stage that Budinger started to get into his stride, down at the other end, Ian Holland was sort of fending off Zach Chappell. So going to see Tom Scriven as the first change from the pavilion end at 38 without loss. Thank you very much to Gary Hall, who's in Bad Homburg. What good Homburg's like, but he's in Bad Homburg in Germany. Since it is Derbyshire, is it worth asking what the follow-on score is after missing 2 days? Well, you could ask. I wouldn't have the first idea. You're right, though. It will be
131.
Is it?
Well, 280 minus 150. You've got to get one more.
It's still 150, though, is it? Despite losing 2 days, that was the question.
Oh, I see. Because
that was the query. That was
things.
Well, I don't know. I think it might, but I'm not sure. Anyway, no idea. But he does say something at the end, and I'm not. It looks like a sort of PS, but might be something that people can get to work on. As Scriven goes into bowl to Wagstaff, who leaves the first delivery of the over alone. He says on YouTube, both commentators' voices are very quiet.
Oh.
Even when everything is set at 100%. Difficult to listen in detail, which is unusual, but perhaps useful. Has there been a change in settings at your end? I don't think there has.
No, I'll turn it up though. Just.
So apologies if you've been struggling to listen to us. Or congratulations, you've been struggling to listen to us.
It's not been a general comment. That's the first time we've heard it, which is why we haven't done anything about it up to now. If it is an issue.
There is Scriven over the wicket, bowling to the left-handed Wagstaff, who defends that one into the onside. David Griffin's, despite it being the final day of the season, he's not going to miss a stat. When David Lloyd got to 20, which was in the previous over, with the first of those boundaries, he reached 1,000 in all formats for the season for Derbyshire, so he has got 1,000 runs in one way or another. T20, One Day Cup and in the Championship, but I'm sure he'd have wanted more Championship runs than he's actually got this season. The Derbyshire skipper, Scriven, is in a bowls to Wagstaff, who plays that down into the ground. It's actually collected one hand, one bounce by third slip. There clearly wasn't going to be a run there. It was Ian Holland himself, the captain, the opening bowler, opening batsman, potential captain. Hope he gets off in time to cook our lunch. 38 without loss. There's Gary again. Scriven. His language is much better this time. I will mention it to him at lunch. Is Scriven bowling to Wagstaff, who gets one on leg stump, and he rather took his eye off that one, I think. He just flayed the bat in the general direction of the ball as it went through to Ben Cox behind the stumps. Wasn't a particularly as pleasant as the cover drive was. That was slightly ugly from Mitch, but no damage done. He remains there on 8 from 4 more deliveries than David Lloyd's faced for his 34 balls Mitch Wagstaff has faced now. Minutes till midday. Scriven bowls. That one is driven by Wagstaff up to Lewis Hill at mid-on. There is no run. Something about the offside shouted. Whether that's an instruction to Scriven or what, I'm not entirely sure. Clearly another dog at the far end of the ground, but I can only see the owner with its lead. As Scriven is on his way in again. Bowls to Wagstaff. That's clipped away down to fine leg. That's going to go for 4. It was quite fine. And the man down there, Alex Green, at deep backward square leg, long leg, couldn't get round to stop it. So he retrieves the ball from behind one of the advertising boards. And that spoils what was an otherwise okay over from Tom Scriven. Wagstaff moves to 12. It's 42 without loss with Lloyd on 30, and I think you're going to get your wish.
Alex Green, then. His heart will be beating a little bit faster, I'm sure. May not be anything on the game, but it's a big, big moment for this young man. He's going to have the added benefit of coming down the slight slope from the Bennett end. He's going to be bowling to the very experienced David Lloyd. Bowls a couple of looseners to Ben Green, his namesake. Lewis Hill wanders up to have a word. The top of Hill's head is a sort of about level with Green's armpit. Something around that sort of. Hill, quite a small man. Green is a big man.
That looked quite bizarre, didn't it? How far away is Lewis Hill? He must be at least twice as far away. Oh no, he's closer.
In he comes in with 2 slips behind Lloyd and bowls outside off stump. Grunt of effort. Lloyd lets it go through outside off stump, sort of follows it round, swivels, and so he's actually facing the wicketkeeper Ben Cox as he sees the ball into Cox's gloves. I don't think the pitch is going to do Green a great deal, or many favours anyway. It does look slow and low. And he comes. Bowls outside off stumps, short, cut in the air, but it's going to bounce over the ropes. Holland ran to his right at third man, reached out with his right hand, about the second bounce. Ball was around about chest high as it. He got his fingers to it, but he couldn't stop it crossing the ropes. So he's conceded his first boundary in first-class cricket. Lloyd tucking into the wide, long hop. It sounds like he's going to be known as Greener, judging by all the encouraging shouts. No great originality then.
There seldom is.
No. In goes Green and bowls, and a horrible swing and a miss from Lloyd. It was much straighter delivery. It was a few inches outside off stump still. And Lloyd, I think it was almost between his bat and body, and it was a rather ugly smear from the Derbyshire captain. He's gotten away with it, didn't get anything on it. Markedly quicker delivery.
You know how there's nothing happening? I'm off.
Okay, updates time. Top of the hour. Green is in and bowls. Lloyd almost chops onto his stumps. It was a little bit quick. He went for the drive, got the inside edge. It slid, well, hair's breadth past off stump and down to the boundary for 4. Well, could so easily have gone on straight onto the stumps, and Green, as I say, within tiniest distance of picking up a wicket in his very first class over. Oh, it looked to be late on that. It was a quickish delivery. It was very full, obviously, from Green. He went for the drive, Lloyd. Faintest of inside edges, and it slid past off stump. So 8 runs in the over to Lloyd, but he didn't know much about that one. Green is in, bowls to him, a little bit short of a length and straight. Happier with that one, Lloyd. And he could get up on his toes and work it out into the leg side. Sam Wood is quite deep at backward square, and a comfortable single is taken. Lloyd on to 39. Brings up the 50, that slightly fortuitous 4. Previous delivery. Brought up the 50. 51 without loss now. Derbyshire in their first innings, let us continue to emphasise that. No forfeit, therefore there will be no other result in the game than a draw. Round the wicket goes Green to the left-handed Wagstaff. Bowls. Wagstaff walks forward into a defensive turn of the bat, pushing it out towards mid-on, where Hill is the fielder. End of the over, 9 from it, but very, very nearly a wicket as well for Green. And he's got that one under his belt. Travaskis runs after him to give him an encouraging word and pat him on the back. Hurried him with your pace a bit there, Greenie. Something along those lines. Green marches off towards the electronic scoreboard. 51 without loss after 12, Derbyshire. Scriven trying to get a little bit of swing from the pavilion end here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. Will continue. Opened the bowling much of last season, Tom Scriven. Injured himself quite early on in this. Runs in and bowls, slightly short of a length. Lloyd stays on the back foot. Works it out towards mid-on. You heard the call of no immediately, so it was running towards Ben Green. Somerset low knee. Be interesting to see if he is a permanent fixture at Leicestershire last season. He wants to play more first team cricket in all forms, which at the moment he's not doing for Somerset, using him as a white ball player. In goes Scriven, bowls fuller. Lloyd still inclined to stay on the back foot. Straight-ish delivery, doesn't really swing too much, and Lloyd can play it straight back down the pitch to Scriven. Scriv, as he's known, used to be much more original.
Scriv.
I remember when I first came wondering who Purple was, and it turned out to be Ben Rain.
Purple Rain,
yeah.
Excellent. No, I like that.
That was a good one.
Mm.
In goes Scriven, and bowls whipped away off his legs by Lloyd, quite flamboyantly really, down towards backward square. Green gets there before Swindles, who's out there on the mid-wicket boundary. They might have collided, which would have been bad news for Swindles. Green being approximately twice his height and weight. Lloyd picks up a couple, moves on to 41. Ben Cox waving at mid-wicket to go, that little bit squarer. He has. Actually, it's not Swindles out there, I think it's Holland. In goes Scriven and bowls. Lloyd covers up carefully, plays it out to mid-wicket where Wood is the fielder. I beg your pardon, it is Holland, but the 12th man has just brought a drink to Green. He's a very tiny chap, the 12th man from the academy, and he looks even tinier at the moment.
He's got to be a foot and a half
It's
shorter.
up to his elbow, isn't he?
Yeah. He's got to be a foot and a half shorter.
Passes a drink up to Green. Scriven is in and bowls to Lloyd, again on his toes, again whipped away nicely, but Holland is now that little bit squarer, a backward square on the boundary. And so it is just one on this occasion to David Lloyd. He moves on to 42. Highest score this season, 60 for David Lloyd, so would do the captain good to finish on a high note with a good score.
Yes, it would. Give him something to remember through the long, cold winter months. His first winter in the Derbyshire area.
Scriven is in and bowls to Wagstaff on off stump. Wagstaff, big stride he takes when he gets forward. He makes sure he does get forward, and he blocked it out into the off side. I guess they'll get some time off, won't they? They'll spend time with their families. And
Yeah. No, that Lloydie will. He's a season ticket holder at Wrexham and has been for many years, and will be following them. They come to Burton in November. I've already invited him to sit alongside us in the commentary box for that one, but he's hoping to be behind the goal in the away end. It's not the biggest away end in the world, and Wrexham have a lot of travelling fans, so he may well take me up on that at some point. Mickey Arthur's promised to come down as well, so that could be interesting. Mickey, a big Arsenal fan. Here is Alex Green bowling from the Bennett end. He's driven into the offside, but you can't beat the man at backward point. David Lloyd, who's on 42 from 40 deliveries now, or 41 deliveries. Wagstaff 12 from 38, 54 without loss. Derbyshire in the cold and grey of Grace Road, Watching the grey into Grace Road. The weather today. As Green is in and Lloyd cuts that, and again it's well fielded by the man at backward point who
Swindles.
it is Harry Swindles. Did he field it?
No, he didn't.
Oh, he didn't field it. It's gone for 4. I thought he'd fielded it again. He fielded the first one really well. That one's gone for 4. My apologies to Lloyd, who's moved on to 46. I was convinced he stopped it. It's actually collected by the man down at wide third man. So Lloyd, with his 9th boundary, I beg his pardon, moves to within a blow of a 4th half-century for the season.
Morning to afternoon now to Steve Sims, saying it's a shame that the cricket is interrupting our fascinating stream of anecdotes.
Green bowls to Lloyd, who cuts again, and there is a half-century for the skipper. That was a much more controlled shot, and again, absolutely nothing from David Lloyd. He gets a handshake from Mitch Wagstaff. Now he turns around and just raises his bat once and no more towards the pavilion down below, as David Griffin will be furious with that celebration. That was absolutely nothing to speak about. 50 of 43 balls, and that was his 10th for it's his 4th of the season. He's taken risks. He always does. And now he waits as Green is in to bowl to him again, and he just chops that into the offside. It'll take a single because Harry Swindles, who had been at backward point, went onto the boundary, and therefore there was a vacant little area he could dab the ball into. He moves on to 51. I'm pleased for David Lloyd. There'll be those out there who aren't, I know. He has been criticised, and Aaron Donald has been criticised. Mickey Arth has been criticised. Here is Green around the wicket to the left-handed Wagstaff. Bowls, and Wagstaff pushes it straight back to the bowler. He allows it to go through his hands there. It's a long way down, in fairness, for Alex Green.
It's his 2nd half-century against Leicestershire this season, yeah, David Lloyd.
There we go.
50 off 63 balls at extraordinarily at the county ground. I say extraordinarily because when he was dismissed for 54, that was 54 out of 80 for 6 in that Derby first innings.
Well batted, everybody. 63 without loss here. Green bowls to Wagstaff, who clips this away down towards deep backward square leg. There are 2 fielders running around. There's a bit of relay work going on down there. Scrivens is the man who throws the ball in. I think it was Ian Holland running around the boundary who slid around and lifted the ball to him. It was Holland, and that meant that they only picked up 2. Wagstaff moves to 14. 14 overs gone. 20 minutes until lunch. 65 without loss. Derbyshire in reply to Leicestershire's 280. At 72 overs remaining in the day, but we won't have the last 16 because they will shake hands with an hour to go. You would have thought.
It would be rather bloody minded of them not to, wouldn't it? But
well, the way this game's gone so far, you can see them not doing it, in all honesty. But the Sol Buddinger's 50 came off 40 balls, so 3 balls quicker, but 4 fewer, and Liam Travaskis took forever. 94 balls for his half-century, so the 2nd quickest half-century of the match is about as much as I can find to say about it.
Tom Scriven is in from the pavilion end. Bowls to Lloyd on off stump. Lloyd up on his toes, blocks it away into the offside. There's no run. John Italy, who was briefly alongside us yesterday, missed the early play. What on earth is the point of this? Did one captain refuse to make it a one-inning game?
No.
As far as I can gather, John, both, neither side.
Yes, I don't think either side was interested.
Inclined to set anything up. Scriven is in again, a fraction short of a length, so Lloyd is on his back foot, blocking it firmly out into the offside. Scriven, no change in expression whatsoever, just turns on his heel and marches back past umpire Long.
a long way to go, but David Lloyd still obviously looking for his first century as a Derbyshire player. That is something, I suppose.
Yeah. Scriven bowls to him. Fuller this time, giving it a chance to swing. It isn't really anymore. It's only 14 overs old. But it has gotten wet a few times, so there is still some visible patches of dew on the ground, particularly on the Milligan Road side of Grace Road, where the covers are left. Lloyd, bat raised, waits as Scriven ears in, bowls to him outside off stump, and he leaves it, lets it go through, and then looks back down the pitch slightly suspiciously. The look was suspicious rather than Lloyd being suspicious.
Lloyd's highest score in first-class cricket, 313 not out, which I also witnessed as he scored it for Glamorgan against Derbyshire down at Sophia Gardens. It's back to 5 taps again.
Scriven bowls to Lloyd, straighter. Lloyd very solid behind that, leaning forward. Weight on his front foot as he defends it out towards mid-on, where Ben Green is the fielder. Just the 2 slips now.
It must have happened to you at some point. I've seen Lloyd's high score, 313 not out, which is for Glamorgan against Derbyshire. I've seen Aaron Donald's high score, a double century, which is for Glamorgan against Derbyshire.
Many. Sam North East, 400 odd for Glamorgan here 2 seasons ago. Scriven is in and bowls. Lloyd twitches at that slightly as he pushes across the line, plays it out towards mid-wicket, and there is no run.
I was thinking of the fact that they now both play for Derbyshire, where their highest score currently is against Derbyshire, both for the same county. Hopefully one day we'll see them break them.
Callum Parkinson we signed after he made his best score against Leicestershire for Derbyshire.
Ah, there we go.
But it was only only one appearance, wasn't it, Callum?
Yes.
Made, I think. Callum fought for Derbyshire, something like that. It was maybe only a couple of first-class appearances.
Alex Green, 2 overs for 20. I want to claw that back a touch. It comes around the wicket to Mitch Wagstaff, who it's bowled on his legs, and he clips it away out towards the square leg boundary for a single. Harry Swindles does the fielding just in front of the meat.
He can't find any. He can't find his rhythm at the moment,
No.
can he, Green? That was a slingy low full toss, and he was just.
Do the seconds play a lot here? That's the other thing, isn't it? 'Cause he's almost like a player coming and playing on with the slope.
Correct.
Early in his career. Bowls now to Lloyd, who goes for an expansive looking drive and completely mistimes it straight back to Green.
Tend to play at grounds like Kibworth and places like that. Hardly play here at all.
I don't think Derbyshire seconds play much at Derby. Play out at Belper Meadows, at Chesterfield. And it does make a difference if you're not used to a particular ground, even if it is your home ground. As Green runs towards us again and bowls to Lloyd. Now he's got no idea where that's gone. It's gone straight up in the air. There's a chase here for Ben Cox. Will he get there? No, he won't. And it's it's dropped.
Well, it was a no ball anyway.
Oh, was it? It was a no ball. Was it a full toss?
It was a beamer.
Yeah, Tom Scriven with the drop. Lloyd picks up 1 or 3. I'm not sure, because I was too busy watching the 2 fielders running towards each other and hoping that they wouldn't collide, which they didn't, fortunately. It was 1. He moves on to 52. And the score moves up to 69 with the no ball included in it.
No.
That must have just slipped out.
Yes, absolutely. It is a slightly slingy action, and I think he bowled one in one of the white ball games in which he participated, Alex Green. But yeah, that was a nasty moment for David Lloyd. foot higher and that would have been horrible.
There is Green bowling to Mitch Wagstaff. That one is turned into the leg side by Wagstaff. They've run one. They're thinking about going back for the second, but they decline after Ben Mike slides to the ball. Yes, I hadn't quite I just saw that this sort of a whirl of bat, body, and all sorts, and the ball just going straight up in the air.
It's about chest high. It wasn't just above waist high.
Lloyd on 52 at a run a ball. 70 without loss, Derbyshire, as Green is in, and that one is left alone as it goes through to wicketkeeper Ben Cox. I was slightly more concerned about the wicketkeeper and Tom Scriven running into each other at one point. That looked like it might happen.
We could have had 3 down, couldn't we, basically?
Yes.
Batsman, wicketkeeper, and
that would have been
long leg.
He's just rubbing the back of his right hamstring, Ben Cox. Not used to running 20 yards to make a catch.
Apparently.
or to watch somebody else try to make a catch as Green bowls. That's another full toss to Lloyd, and it's just, well, bunted down the ground. It was driven, but Green is really struggling here, and it's not good to watch, really.
No.
74 without loss. He's got one ball of his third over to go. He's conceded 29 runs, and Lewis Hill might want to take him out of the firing line till after lunch, possibly.
It is amazing, isn't it, how as you say, innings can sort of parallel each other, and we saw a little bit something similar with Harry Moore, didn't we? He went for a lot of runs in the first spell, and then came back.
Then came back and was okay, settled down, and yeah. So swapped ends as well. That might do Alex Green some good if he finishes up for now. It's always difficult. The captain David Lloyd took Moore off when he'd conceded those 20 runs in and over. Here is Green bowling to Lloyd, who's flashing at that one. He's going to get just the 1 run for it, because down to our right, Ian Holland is there at third man. So the end of the over. 3 overs bowled by Alex Green have gone for 30 runs. Lloyd moved on to 56. Wagstaff's got 16. 74 without loss, with a little more than 10 minutes or so remaining in the morning session. And Ben Mike, that's nice, has gone across and had a word with Alex Green. Ben Mike, well, every bowler knows what it's like. I was going to say Ben Mike knows what it's like. Every bowler knows what it's like. Ben Mike was hung out to dry by Yorkshire at Chesterfield last season in the T20. They had, you'll have to remind me of his name, is it, I can't remember, the leg spinner from the South Asian Academy that's done pretty well at Yorkshire. Can't remember his name. He played but didn't bowl a single over at Chesterfield, but they made Ben Mike bowl all 4 of his, including the last, and they took a shine to him in the final, which can happen especially in T20, can't it? But just had a word with Green. That was nice. Scriven
continues from the pavilion end, bowls to Lloyd, straight and on driven. Didn't put his full weight into the shot, but hit it so straight that Ben Green had a bit of ground to make up to his left, and the call was immediate from Lloyd that there was a single to be taken, and indeed there was. He moves on to 58. He's faced 56 balls. Mitch brackets Ken Wagstaff has faced 42 for his 16.
Have a look at the ball here.
It has got wet quite a few times, so could have gone out of shape. They're going to see if it fits through the gauge. It's being held in finger and thumb by Nigel Long.
They're not even going to put it there. They're not even going to put it through the gauge because it's an absolute mess. They're going to change it straight away. Why do both umpires not carry gauges?
I always wonder about that. Are they very heavy? Is it a burden? So do they take it in turns? One imagines.
Does the senior umpire leave it to the junior umpire, or the other way around? Because there's usually a senior umpire, and they would imagine that Nigel Long would be the senior umpire out of this pair, not necessarily in age, although I don't know how old either of them are.
On comes the box of balls. Replacement. That is. So how old is this one? 16.1. So new-ish Dukes is required. They must. It's an odd thing, isn't it, with replacement? I mean, each club must have a stock of balls of a certain age. They must be required to have one. How do they get them to that age? Well, you know, just use this for 5 overs in the nets, or
they write on them, don't they? How old they are?
One assumes so.
Yeah.
But I have to ask the umpires.
But balls of different colours do different things as well. There are darker ones, and they say that the pace bowlers who like to swing the ball like the darker.
Yeah, cherry red.
Yeah.
Rather. They're like a smaller ball, if there is one, or feels smaller in the hand as well.
There were 5 people examining the new ball, or the changed ball.
None with any great enthusiasm, it has to be said.
Gary's been back. Thank you, Gary.
Potty mouth, Gary.
No, he's
one.
downstairs. This is Gary in Bad Homburg, which actually bad in German means spa.
Yeah.
Well, no point in telling me now.
Sorry. Round the wicket goes Scriven and bowls, and rather stylishly waited for and guided away backward of square by Mitch Wagstaff. It's a long chase back and a slide for Harry Swindles. Wagstaff picks up 2, played that very nicely. Moves on to 18, 78.
This is follow-on Gary. And he's looked it up. For a 2-day game, it's 100 behind. So theoretically,
I genuinely didn't know that.
No, I didn't. 181 required to avoid Leicestershire being able to consider enforcing a follow-on. However, the current score at writing appears to show Derbyshire doing okay.
Yes, I think it's a safe one.
Well,
Scriven is in. Bowls, that's a decent shout for leg before swung back in. No, says umpire Long. Might just have got outside of the line because we're not using, or because the stream is not using the analyst cameras. Then the replay is not going to tell us very much, I'm afraid, in terms of how straight or not that was. Why aren't we using the analyst cameras?
You couldn't charge money for that, could you? In the last game, they did lose 6 wickets for 3 runs, of course, Derbyshire. So, as Gary says, it's not impossible.
Scriven in again to Wagstaff. Bounces a little bit more and discomforts Wagstaff in a similar way, but
got a
better
ball
before. Yeah,
got a better ball.
These 2 deliveries with the new old ball, so to speak, have done a little bit more than anything that the old new ball did so far. Swing for Scriven. One of the vagaries of cricket, what makes it so fascinating. Why does one ball do a little bit more than another? In goes Scriven and bowls. Thick inside part of the bat. It did swing a little bit back into Wagstaff. He manages to work it out towards deep mid-wicket. Ben Mike comes in to field, and Wagstaff picks up 1 and moves on to 19, 79 without loss.
Gary clearly very at home in Bad Homburg, because he's formerly says a Matlock Bath, so he's moved from one spa town to another. Thank you for that, Gary. I always appreciated when people can tell the commentators what the regulations of cricket are, because there are a lot of them.
Generally, that was one that I'd never come across before. Scriven in to the right-handed Lloyd, who is half forward. Ball comes off the thick inside part of the bat and runs out quite quickly towards Wood at mid-wicket. Right, the little 12th man is coming on with a helmet, which suggests we're going to get the almost required over of spin before the interval, and indeed Travaskis is removing his heavy sweater.
He's taking it off inside out, so he's having to turn it around the right way. He can't get his hand
Umpire
through it.
Bainton won't have it otherwise.
Well, he couldn't get his right hand out of the sleeve. He's got a large right hand. So he's going to bowl from the Bennett end, and if he bowls quickly enough, then we'll get another over as well from the Pavilion end. Alex Green, I think, correctly taken out of the attack for the final over from the Bennett end of the morning session. There was no point in putting him through another one. And if I was Lewis Hill had give him a go from the pavilion, and that's what David Lloyd did too. Young Harry Moore brought him back on at the pavilion end, and he was more like his old self. So Truaskis then, left arm over the wicket to the left-handed Mitch Wagstaff, and he gets a wicket. First ball that he bowls. Wagstaff just plunged forward, and it was comfortably caught at first slip. Well, that was absolutely bizarre. It was Sol Budinger, wasn't it, who took the catch at first slip. And Mitch Wagstaff,
lunch, shouldn't it?
having, well, let's hope so, having seen off the pace attack, the Derbyshire lose their first wicket. 79 for 1. Wagstaff goes for 19 off 47 deliveries. Never really looked fluent, but was reasonably okay. And that is indeed lunch. So we get an extra 3 minutes to get downstairs and me to get back for 1 o'clock. Mitch Wagstaff, for the second match in a row, is out for to the final ball of a session, which he won't be particularly pleased about, I'm sure. He gets a little tap on the back from David Lloyd to say, "You did all right, son. Don't worry too much about it." And Derbyshire are 79 for 1, which means that they trail by 201, although nobody really cares. We've got 68 overs and 5 balls remaining in the day. I suggest it might be 62 overs and 5 balls. And we'll be back in the fullness of time in around about 35 minutes or so for the afternoon session. toilet, which is good news.
Did they give you the okay on that? Did they? In goes Travaskis, worked by Kame off the front foot out into the covers. They've told us a couple of times not to use it.
Well, somebody told me last night, oh, you can use that. So I've used it.
In the Gower suite.
Mm.
Well, there you go.
Rather than the 5-mile trek to the usual one.
Brackets 50 yards, albeit vertical.
Well, yeah, yes.
That's the problem.
Yeah, the vertical up is the worst bit.
Travaskis is in, Kame is forward. The ball is running back up the pitch to the Cumbrian left armour. Left arm spin, it is, of course.
So anyway, anecdotes at Fletch Sport, fletchcricket@gmail.com. Help us out, chaps and chapasses.
Travaskis bowls, Kame stayed on the back foot and slightly beaten in the flight there, but still managed to play it away off the pitch, out into the offside, there being no real turn for Travaskis. And that is the completion of his first over. A wicket maiden. Indeed, 79 for 1 remains the score. You'll hear me do the odd update. That's going to be fun. Into the BBC Radio Leicester Sports programme this afternoon. The Tigers being... Oh, we might hear the odd roar from behind us. Which way? What direction is the wind? Oh, the wind is...
Yeah, it's blowing it away, isn't it? Is it?
Looking at the trees.
Welford Road's behind us, isn't it?
It is. I think it's sort of... You're
presupposing that Leicester are going to actually do something in the game, of course.
There's the weather vane, and it is pointing back towards the Welford Road, so the wind is coming from there.
Begins a new over. It's a drive from David Lloyd. It's not been timed particularly well. They've gone through for a quick single. Ben Green is the bowler, and there was a shy at the stumps from Ben Mike,
which had it hit,
Lloyd would have been in all sorts of trouble. I assume it was his call. If it wasn't his call, something's gone horribly wrong.
He misjudged it if it was.
Moves on to 59. Surprised me by starting the over as quickly as they did, and it's Ben Green's first bowl of the innings. I was getting all excited because I spotted that there was a one-day international taking place. I wasn't that excited, if I'm honest, but now my computer's locked, so England have lost 3 quick wickets though. Series decider, very exciting. Here's Green in and bowls to Harry Kame. Harry Kame. It's all kicking off now. Stephen Davis has been in touch. You're all coming. Oh my word!
Is it a long?
It's lengthy, which could be useful.
Good, absolutely.
I
want every word.
The longer
please.
the better. Yes, thank you for getting in touch. Yeah. Stephen, I'll be with you in a moment. Here is Green in and bowls to Harry Kame, who pushes this one out into the onside. I'm slightly more concerned about... there we go. All back together again now. Very kind words at the top. He lives in Surrey, but enjoys following Derbyshire and Ipswich. Well, obviously. Who else would you follow? If I lived in Surrey, I'd probably follow Surrey, if I'm entirely honest with you. That would seem to be eminently sensible.
Would they let you into the Oval?
I don't think... I've never been. This next one is Left Alone again by Harry Kame. Never been to the Oval. Derbyshire have played Surrey once in my entire time covering them, and that was played at the County Ground in Derby. He said he didn't see the amazing rise of Ipswich coming, so perhaps the amazing rise of Derbyshire is about to occur after a particularly dire commentary season on the Surrey live stream. Oh no, I can't read that out. Nobody minds that, darling, because yes, thank you very much indeed. I can't read that. Here is.
I'll read it for you if you like.
No, well, some of it's derogatory to somebody else. Is that one is pushed out?
Well, I'll read it if you.
Well, I can
no names, no pack drill. But
there are no names. No. Well, I'll read it then if you want. After a particularly dire commentary session on the Surrey live stream this summer, I wrote to complain, pointing out that nobody minds that Derbyshire rarely win any games because the commentary is so entertaining. I haven't dared to open their reply. Have Richard Ray and yourself ever had a crossword? I don't think we have, actually, have we? I've had crosswords with one or two commentators over the years. I don't think we've disagreed. We might have disagreed on stuff as Kame turns that one into the leg side.
For a Yorkshireman and almost Lancastrian.
Almost.
We've done quite well.
Other county commentators test the Fletcher patience, which itself can be amusing. Last week, oh dear, it's disappeared now.
Splendid details.
Last week, for example, Others collapse in a heap. Remarkably, he scored a total of 7 runs in 6 matches. Pause. He's not in it for his batting, or he wants to play red ball cricket, and let's face it, he is, and that's what, yes, that may have been Yorkshire. Oh, yeah, well, there have been occasions when I haven't agreed entirely with the Yorkshire. Basically, it's a very nice email, Stephen. I got lost halfway through, really. Yeah, keep listening anyway. Thank you very much.
Liam Travaskis bowls to David Lloyd, who off the back foot works it out through point. Ian Holland actually tried to use his feet to stop that rather delicately, and it delicately failed, and it runs out towards Harry Swindles, who is the sweeper on the offside, and Lloyd, having survived the scare in the first over after lunch when he just lost his bearings a little bit and could easily have been run out, has moved on to 60. In goes Travaskis. Forward goes Harry Kane to his 11th delivery, yet to score. Blocks it back up the pitch. Travaskis with that odd little quirk, he sort of lifts his left heel before starting his run up, bowls straight-ish to Kane. I think that did straighten a fraction on him, but it's so slow, the pitch, and you know, it can. They left so much grass on it. It doesn't always work doing that, does it? It can get a bit sort of thatchy and mossy almost. In he goes, and Kane is forward on off stump. You can see a slightly different coloured sort of patch on the longish patch on the pitch, that where the grass has been left to grow a fraction more, seems to have been, but it's just sort of holding the ball up rather than doing anything exciting with it. Travaskis is in, Kane is forward. The ball is already back in Travaskis' hands. We'll get through these overs quite quickly at this rate, which is all to the good.
Yeah, we don't want more overs, do you?
No, yeah, that's true. I think we'll be all right. Even so, in goes Travaskis, forward goes Kane, back goes the ball up to Travaskis. There's a few little patches of blue around. The light, I think, although it's been a little bit gloomy, will improve slightly as a consequence. And after 20 overs, Derbyshire in their first innings are 81 for 1.
Stephen does ask an eminently sensible question. Not that the rest of the email wasn't sensible, Stephen. Will there be any way of listening to the Radio Derby in question to the cricket season other than driving halfway up the M1? Yes, there will. You can listen to it on BBC Sounds between 6 and 7 a week on Tuesday or Wednesday, and it will be up there for 30 days, I think it is, on the BBC Sounds app. Here's Ben Green from the pavilion end, bowling to Lloyd, who just guides that out square on the offside, and they go through for a single. Lloyd moves to 61. Lloyd and Kane are the two batters who look most alike in the Derbyshire. They're similar heights. Both wear short-sleeved tops. Harry Kane, his sweater usually goes a bit lower than anybody else's. Not as it's Chahal, isn't it, at Northamptonshire? Did you see his sweater?
It was splendidly, yes.
Yes, his green balls on his driven. He was rather reaching for it, Harry Kane, but he's going to get runs here. He might even get 4. He won't get 4. Yes, he will get 4. I thought Tom Scriven was going to reach it at one point and put in a dive. He decided not to put in the dive, and as a result, the ball just about beat him to the boundary, and Harry Kane picks up 4 runs, which will make him feel much, much better. He's off the mark. 86 for 1. Yes, when he walked out in the sweater, with the back of which goes to the back of his knees.
It really did. But he was no joke when he was bowling.
No, he wasn't. No, he
sure.
was a very fine bowler. Dress sense. Here is Green again. Bowls. Oh, beats Kane. Just prods forward in defence. Goes past the edge of his bat through to Cox behind the stumps. 86 for 1. You say inquest as well. We'll be chewing the fat as to what went wrong, how it went wrong, and what could be better. We all know pretty much.
All the positives. There'll be lots of positives.
No, I can't think of any off the top of my head. Here is Green bowling to Kane, who pushes this one up towards Lewis Hill. It's actually intercepted by Holland on its way to Hill.
The longevity of the astonishing Wayne Madsen is always good for a positive.
Well, the longer these two bat, the less chance Wayne Madsen has to get to 1,000 runs this season,
Yes,
of course, because he's on 900, and I don't wish ill on either of these two either, who are both looking for runs. Harry Kame has been resurgent in the second half of the red ball season. Faces now as he guides this with bat and pad together down towards the vacant third man area. Scriven will reach the ball on this occasion, so keeps them down to a couple. Kame moves to 688 for one. Harry Kame has been opening with Lewis Rees, but dropped down to 3 for this match, with Rees dropping down to 6, we believe. Lloyd and Wagstaff opening. Wayne Madsen next, then Brooke Guest, then Lewis Rees, and then an Aaron Donald if we get that far, as this next delivery is left alone outside the off stump by Harry Kame to go through to Ben Cox. It's the end of the over. Sweaters, which were forgotten at the lunch break when everybody warmed up, are now being run out by the 12th man, who is suitably muffled against the cold as well, with a bobble hat and a big puffer jacket.
It's that I recognise, that 12th man I recognise, that's Matt Salisbury. Now,
Okay.
the young man, the tiny young man, relatively tiny young man this morning, was Jamie Dunk. I'm told. My excuse is I hadn't actually seen him before, but he's been prolific for the second team and has played international cricket this season for Scotland.
No, excellent.
Jamie. Hopeful for a sort of James Taylor-like, he's diminutive but effective, tiny batsman.
Has he got a strong Scottish accent?
I haven't actually spoken to him. I think it's a parental thing rather than a...
I've got a tale about that.
Travaskis is in. Lloyd is forward, poking the ball suspiciously back to mid-off.
It's a footballish tale, but it's more about nationality, so bear with us and I'll do it in the next over. It's like after dinner speaking, this, isn't it? There's Gary.
Travaskis bowls. Again, Lloyd is forward.
He looked aghast when I said we could hear him on the microphone, didn't he? It was
slightly sheepish grin, yes.
Yeah. So
I wonder what we didn't hear that he said that he's slightly concerned about.
There was nothing of major concern.
Not that we heard,
no.
but back goes Lloyd and cuts the slightly short of a length delivery from Travaskis away through the covers to Swindles on the point boundary.
What Ben Mike's doing there.
Yes, these side stretches that he does a lot of, because as I say,
Zach Chappell does those as well. Incredible.
Travaskis bowls. Kame goes back, works it out to mid-wicket.
So you'd assume he wouldn't bowl. He hasn't bowled yet, has he? No.
He's bowled endless overs between, in warm-ups and that's before the start of play and during intervals, and at Northampton, obviously wasn't playing at Northampton. In goes Travaskis and bowls, and forward goes Kame, but every interval he seemed to be out there and seemed to be having no issues at all. So why he wouldn't bowl, I don't know, but it maybe they just think it's not worth risking it. At the end of the season, Kame went back to that one, was getting ready to force it, I suspect, into the leg side. It may have straightened a bit on him, and he ended up bunting it back in the air quite close to Travaskis, and probably only bounced a couple of feet before the left arm spinner fielded it on the bounce in the end of the over. 1 for 2 from 3 for Travaskis. Derbyshire, doesn't seem much point giving you the scores really at the moment, but anyway, they're 89 for 1. Lloyd's going nicely on 62. Kame still playing himself in on 6.
Well, Ben Mike is doing all the things that you would expect a bowler to do when he is about to bowl. He's just been doing those high kicks with his legs and touching his toes to stretch out his hamstrings. Sussex, incidentally, are Division 2 champions, as that first ball from Ben Green is pushed back by David Lloyd to the bowler. So Burton Albion at the end of last season had their end of season awards night, and Max Crocombe, the goalkeeper, cleaned up. Max was interviewed on stage by Mark Clement, who you may have heard of. As Green,
slightly oleaginous presenter.
Green goes in and bowls. Beats Lloyd. Ball through to Cox. Good delivery. Lloyd does lots of hand gestures and then basically shrugs his shoulders. He said you've had a terrific season, saves and clean sheets and blah, blah, blah. And of course you could work your way back into the New Zealand squad and indeed the New Zealand first team. And Max Crocombe in his perfect English says, yeah, it's always great to represent your country and it's a real honour. And the next question was, here's Green on his way in with 2 slips in place, and Lloyd defends this one back to him. So how do you qualify to play for New Zealand? Is it your mum, your dad, grandparents? He said, I was born in Auckland. Yeah. So Mark Clement.
I believe that qualifies you.
Yes, indeed. So just because you haven't got the accent doesn't mean that you weren't born in a place. Clearly came over to this country as quite a young boy. Here's Green in bowls, and that one is off an edge down towards the vacant third man area. Scriven's had an awful lot of work to do since lunch, and they're going to think about 3, but they'll stick to 2 as the ball is thrown in, and Ben Cox has to find his way around David Lloyd to catch the ball. Lloyd moves to 64-91 for 1 now.
Leicestershire have got one of those in Ian Holland, who represents America because he was born in America.
Well, there we go. Yes.
In Wisconsin.
Does he sound American?
Not in the slightest.
Wayne Madsen doesn't sound very Italian. I mean, he wasn't born in Italy, which might explain it, but he does play for them.
That must be quite nice. Still, he plays for them?
Yes, I think so. He's never announced that he doesn't want to play for them. He's been in World Cup qualifiers and that kind of thing, which is something. It's Green who bowls. He whipped that out from nowhere, clipped into the leg side by Lloyd for a single. He moves to 60.
This is an Italian phrase book about cricket, and it explains what the names are for all the fielding positions,
okay.
how a golden duck translates, and I rather enjoy it.
Is it in Italian?
No, it's mostly English.
Oh, that might help then.
It's for the benefit. Le differenze tra cricket e baseball.
Edged and in between the slips for 4 runs. No, you're all right. I thought he was going to be out there, Harry Kane, for a moment. He's edged that one. It was just to the right of Travaskis, who's still sitting down. Harry Kane moves into double figures. He's got 10, and Derbyshire up to 96 for 1 at the end of the over. Lloyd has 65.
I was given that by the Italian cricket team press officer.
Oh, yeah.
They'd seen the names for all the fielding positions.
Yes.
When I covered a game between Italy, well, they were playing at Huddersfield or near Huddersfield, and I can't quite remember who it was. Italy versus. They had one genuine Italian who looked Italian and had an Italian name and bowled like a wild Italian. The rest were sort of expat, Sri Lankans, Indians. This was a long time ago. But they gave me that.
The scoreboard. I think I've got what that is.
But actually, I ought to give that to
give it to Madsen tonight.
Indeed.
Enjoy that.
In goes Travaskis, forward goes David Lloyd, and back up the pitch goes the ball.
He hasn't learnt the Italian national anthem yet, he says.
That's a very lively tune as well,
isn't it? Yeah, very upbeat. Feathers in caps.
Travaskis in, back goes Lloyd, manages to push it into the gap, just wide of Ben Mike, who accompanies the ball for a few yards on its way towards Harry Swindles. Mike picks it up before it gets there. Lloyd takes his single, moves on to 66. Yes, I didn't think of that. I'll give that to Wayne. Travaskis is in. Kame is looking to work it off his pads. Didn't get it, I don't think, anything on it. Came off the pad, bounced out towards short leg. And Kame then gestured as though he really wanted to try and whack. He should have tried to whack that. Just tried to nibble it around the corner. It was sliding on down the leg side, hence no appeal. Travaskis is in. Kame is more or less getting to the pitch of it, and then trying to work it out wide of mid-on, but it goes straight to Green. Green's bowled rather nicely, and the couple of overs he's had from this pavilion end. He's caused more problems, I think, than most. Travaskis is in. Kame is playing in front of his front pad as he leans forward, turns the bat face on the ball, pushes it out towards mid-wicket. Scriven's in there, sort of close-ish, about 4 or 5 pitches back, and then Wood is a little bit further back at a deeper mid-wicket. Travaskis is in, Kame is forward to off-stump delivery, plays it out to mid-off. No run. Well, Travaskis is keeping it tight. 1 for 3 from 4, 97 for 1, the Derbyshire score.
Ben Duckett is out in that one-day international for 107. 86 balls, century, 1 6 and 13 fours, England 238 for 6 after 34 of the 50 overs.
Bowler in Italian, Ilancio.
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 Chin in. Here's Ben Green. 3 overs for 15. 97 for 1 Derbyshire. Bowls to Lloyd, who pushes this out into the offside, and there is no run. David Lloyd's high score this season is this. Have we already said that?
Yeah, it was 60, wasn't it?
Sorry.
Previously? No, I'd said it this morning.
Oh, did you?
That's all just, yeah, but not recently.
I should have noticed you say it this morning, really.
You were probably next door.
Is great. Don't make excuses for my ineptitude. This one is left alone by Lloyd.
What do you think batter is in Italian?
I think you've almost given it away there, haven't
I
you?
did. I
Because you started it, so battoir or something.
Pretty close. Battitore.
Yeah.
Battitore.
Yeah.
And Lanciatore. I love that. We should have to get Wayne.
Oh, the Italians could make it sound like a fencing match. 87 for 1. Green is in again, bowls to Lloyd, who just taps it out into the offside. They scamper through for a single, and the applause comes from the balcony below, just to our right, where the Derbyshire squad and the backroom staff, Mickey Arthur, are, although 2 of them aren't there anymore because 2 of them are wandering around the boundary, and it's good to see that they're still talking to each other after Zach Chappell's appalling piece of fielding this morning off Pat Brown's bowling. They're walking around the boundary together, and in fact they both stopped to have a selfie with a young supporter. I hope it's a young supporter. In comes Green again and bowls to Kame, who defends that one over by the Uptonsteel stand away to our right hand side. So now she's taken her hood off. I think that might, or if it is indeed a she, it could be a he. Either way, they both stopped and were very obliging, as you would expect from cricketers. They're more than happy. In fact, so obliging was Zach Chappell, he took his hood down momentarily. Here is Green in and bowls, and Kane pushes this one out into the offside, where it's fielded by Sam Wood, and there is no run. I thought there was another Derbyshire man going out for a walk, but that looks like young Dunk down below us. Jamie Dunk, who's helped spark 5 minutes worth of filling commentary, which was very decent of him, as this one is, he's caught behind. Harry Kame has gone, rather, not David Lloyd. Harry Kame has gone. He pushed rather forcefully at that one, got the faintest of edges through to Ben Cox. Kame goes for 10. Derbyshire lose their second wicket on 98. 98 for 2 for what it's worth, in reply to 280. Kame 10 off 31 deliveries, and will be slightly disappointed, I fancy, to have been dismissed in that way.
But again, Green, with the, remember, changed ball, getting a little bit of movement, and has troubled both Kame and Lloyd from this pavilion end. 1 for 16 from 4 overs for Ben Green, who I must ask whether there's any movement on that when we get a season review with Alfonso Thomas at the end of this game. But, well, Derbyshire's target then, if what we hear is true, is 250, isn't it? It's 300, because that's the 2 batting points they need to ensure they won't finish bottom of the batting points gained table, apparently.
I'm not gonna
So
I won't get the bunting out.
they need another 202 runs in that respect.
Here's a
They've
man who
got
needs
61 overs to get them.
100 of them. Wayne Madsen, well, you know what that means, though? If they are hell-bent on doing that, they might not shake hands.
Then they might.
No, we need another bonus point, Bob, for goodness sake. Wayne Madsen goes out to join David Lloyd, so probably the 2 most experienced players in the Derbyshire squad are now together. Liam Travaskis is going to have to get up because he's currently almost doing a handstand. As he stretches out, he'll be bowling the next over. That was the final ball of Green's over, wasn't it? 1 for 3, though. Travaskis, 1 for 16, Green. 98 for 2. It's all go.
Lloyd will be on strike, so we don't really need too many discussions about field placings, you wouldn't have thought. And indeed, there are no changes following the discussions. In goes Travaskis, played firmly back to him by David Lloyd. Such an individual walk. Liam Travaskis, sort of slightly bandy-legged. In he goes and bowls and waits for it. Lloyd pushes it out into the offside, but just started to appeal on the basis it might have been pad first, but as neither bowler nor wicket-keeper seemed inclined to join him, he rather choked it off. Travaskis is in. Lloyd is working it around the corner. Wait, no, he calls as he sees it going straight to Alex Green, who underarms the ball towards Scriven and sort of he's so big and strong, can't really help himself clearing Scriven, who leapt into the air and couldn't feel the ball. So that will displease Travaskis, who's making rather a point of giving it a dry and a polish before gripping it and going in and bowling to Lloyd, who's dabbing it out just again into that little gap in the covers, which means that Mike has to lope after the ball towards Swindles, picks it up, and Lloyd moves on to 68, increasing his best score for the season with every run. Brings the great man Madsen down on strike. Mike continues to warm up vigorously as Travaskis is in. Madsen is forward, pushing the ball out to Mike. He does sometimes look oddly sort of jerky and nervous in his first few deliveries, Wayne Madsen. Whether he is, I don't know whether he's ever admitted to being a nervous starter. In goes Travaskis, and driven with sort of that classic in-out driving style of Madsen's, and as ever he's threaded the eye of the needle. He got it just past Ben Mike's reaching right hand, and obviously to the left of Lewis Hill at mid-off, and had enough power on it, just enough power on it to reach the boundary at deep extra cover. Lovely shot, classic Madsen really. Nice way to get off the mark. 103, and bring up the 100 for Derbyshire. 103 for 2 after 26. 60 count 'em overs potentially remain to be bowled in the season.
In the season, indeed. Wayne Madsen, who goes into this game averaging 62 against Leicestershire in first-class cricket in 25 matches, 172 not out, his high score, 5 centuries, 13 half-centuries, and he took 2 catches, did he, in the first innings? Certainly took 1. He arrived with 35 catches, so he might only have got 1 actually, 36 catches as well. Remarkable. It's Ben Green beginning a new over to David Lloyd, who plays at that one and is beaten. He's definitely getting the ball to do a bit. Is Ben Green.
Beautifully.
Might be the mullet, could be the tash. More likely to be the bowling action. But the previous 2 are the moustache and the mullet are magnificent. He doesn't average higher against anybody else apart from Northerns, who's played once and averages 69. and Western Provinces. Lloyd drives very pleasantly out towards the cover boundary. It will be cut off by Sam Wood. They've come back for 2. Lloyd moves to 70, 105 for 2.
He scored plenty of one-day runs as well against Leicestershire, including that fine. Did he get 100 earlier this season?
Got 100 last season in the T20.
T20.
Last game.
Astonishing effort that was,
One
wasn't
of
it?
2
Amazing.
T20s that he has. As Green is in again, and back goes Lloyd, pushes it out into the offside. Here, 1 century, high score 109 not out, averaging just a tick under 30 in T20 cricket.
So that's 25 first-class games he's played against Leicester, you say? Is this 25? Or this the 25th?
This is the 26th.
Okay.
Yeah, 38 innings, 7 not outs, 1,927 runs.
1,727.
1927 as Lloyd defends. This one's going to be the basis of your updates, clearly.
Absolutely. Something to say, isn't it? But yeah, no, obviously I've seen
still there.
Pretty much all of them, I think, and yeah.
Well, if he goes, the good thing is you can say, and they've got rid of a useful man who, incidentally, has scored 1,931 runs now against Leicestershire.
Yeah. And if he's still there,
his Green bowls to Lloyd. That one's turned into the leg side. All the old tricks are coming out now. Lloyd picks up a single as Ben Mike, who's continuing to do some fairly rigorous exercises and potential warm-up things. Lloyd moves to 71, 106 for 2.
So he needs, 73 in this innings to reach the 2,000 against Leicestershire. My word. It's astonishing.
He's been around a while. He's got next year already sorted out.
Does he just do 1-year contracts?
No, this was a 2-year, so he'd
Okay.
imagine he'd be negotiating at the start of next season, wouldn't he? Chatting to him earlier on today as Green bowls to him, and he cuts that away quite hard and gets 4 out to the cover boundary. That was Wayne Madsen at his best. He moves to 8, 110 for 2. Yes, he's showing no signs of retirement. He said while he can play, he wants to play, and that seems to be a very good attitude to me. They always say you're a long time retired, although he will clearly have a future in the game somewhere. He's already got his level 4. He has a lot to give.
Has he indicated whether he'd sort of like to stay in this country post-playing career?
I think in the past he has indicated that, yes. We didn't discuss
Children
that this
sort of
morning.
settled at school.
Yeah,
and
they're
that
quite
sort of
young
thing.
still. They're not at secondary school yet. The girls, Kyla, settled as well, I'm sure.
All that warming up.
Oh, it is for something. That's good. They're giving everybody a go, aren't they?
Yeah, was to some purpose, it appears, because Ben Mike is going to bowl his first class overs for some little time. When was his last appearance? It was in the win against Middlesex back in July. So he's missed the last 1, 2, 3, 4 first class games, and has returned just in time for the last in the season. Let us hope he survives it. 110 for 2.
Random female suggesting we're still a bit quiet, but we can't go much higher, otherwise we'll be blasting people's ears off on the BBC Sport website, I think. Club's trying to silence us. We refuse to be silenced. Although we can't really do much about the YouTube link.
We can be quietened, it appears. Our volume can be turned down. Ben Mike then, longish run, really. Very athletic run, though. Comes charging in and bowls to Lloyd outside off stump, and all that effort is in vain, because Lloyd could just watch it swing through into the gloves of Cox, and then wanders forward and prods in a fairly desultory fashion at the pitch.
Jed's asked me on Twitter which opener will be replaced by the new Aussie, Caleb Jewell, on his way for next season. Well, rather cunningly, they've made it very difficult for us to work that out, because neither of the regular openers are opening in this game.
Mike. Bowles, Lloyd drives, didn't quite get all of it, and because of he hit it down into the ground, Scriven was able to dive across at cover and stop the ball, push it back out towards mid-off. Hill, who'd gone chasing back towards deep extra cover, anticipating a chase, lost his footing and then stayed lying down for a bit. So Ben Green ran across from mid-on to make sure that David Lloyd didn't pinch a cheeky second. And the score stays at 111 for 2 rather than moving on to 112. Nelson, which never ever seems to take any extra effect. Hamish is with us. What's Hamish got to say? Dual bats at 3 more than he opens, he's telling you, from Australia.
Oh, okay. We were told he was going to open, but...
Well, maybe he's going to, yeah, but
yeah,
apparently he's used to batting at 3.
Oh, okay.
For his state, whichever that is.
Tasmania.
Tassie. Mike is in. Bowles cut over the top of slips by Wayne Madsen. Indeed, over the top of the wicket-keeper almost. I don't think he meant it. I don't think he sort of meant to ramp it almost in the way he did. I think he was genuinely looking to sort of cut it down towards sort of wide third man. In fact, it took a thick top edge and flew almost directly over, miles over Ben Cox, and bounced a couple of times before thumping into the advertising hoardings. Madsen, progressing in boundaries in this innings so far, has moved on to 12. 4 balls faced.
He does play that shot a lot in white ball cricket, obviously, but yeah, you're right. I think he was looking to put that one square, wasn't he, really?
I suspect so. 3 boundaries in the 4 balls he's faced so far. Mike is in to him. He leaves that one. Very characteristic leave of Madsen. He sort of lifts the bat over the line of the ball in something of a parabola. 115 for 2. Long-sleeved sweater for Wayne Madsen. There's not much of him. He's a slip of a man. No fat on him at all, and I imagine he does feel the cold a little bit. Obviously he's used to it now, but Mike is in. Bowles to him. He is trying to cut that one, but it is stopped this time, genuinely stopped by Harry Swindles at backward point. So what part of Derbyshire is his home? Is it up in the Dales somewhere?
No, I don't think so. I think it's more South Derbyshire, but I'm not 100% certain.
Not up in the hills, such as they are.
Mountainous.
Yeah. Some steep ones.
Yes, I imagine so. Quite steep in a car.
Mike is bowling, a little bit short and wide again, and Madsen is cutting. Oh, really good stop down there at deep backward point by Swindles, who'd been sent back to the boundary, sprinted along in front of the meet, dived and got 2 hands to it, saved 3 runs. Madsen keeps the strike, moves on to 13, 116 for 2. Derbyshire, but not the greatest of opening overs from Ben. Mike.
Wayne Madsen up to 913 runs for the season. We were speaking to David Griffin this morning, and he reminded me, I did see it obviously, but Matt Critchley in the final game of his final season with Derbyshire back in I have to look that up again, 2021 or something else, got to exactly 1,000 runs for the season of pretty much the final ball that he faced for Derbyshire. This won't be the final ball that Wayne Madsen faces, no matter whether he gets to 1,000 or not. As I say, as Ben Green begins a new over, Madsen pushes that out into the offside. It's fielded by Sam Wood, and there is no run. Dual plays for Tasmania and Hobart Hurricanes.
My great-great-grandmother was born in Tasmania.
Yeah. Before going to Wembley in 1911. 116 for 2. Green balls to Mads, and that comes off an edge down towards third man. It's going to roll up the slope and is not going to make it to the boundary, and Scriven reaches it, and they only get 2. Probably fortuitous runs anyway, but he only gets 2, and he moves on to 15, 118 4-2.
Oh, that was nailed on for.
Yes, it looked like it. Just that pesky little slope. Yeah, at the end of the 2021 season, Critchley got to 1,000 runs in the final game of the season. Exactly 1,000, I think, but I'm not sure. It could have been slightly more. In fact, it almost certainly was, because I'm sure I heard Griff say nobody's ever got exactly 1,000. Green in and bowls. That one is turned into the leg side by Madsen.
Just looking at the clouds, they're going in, because it's more interesting than they're moving in a different direction to yesterday, aren't
Yes,
they?
they are.
Moving from east to west.
The weather, eh? There is no rain in the forecast, which means almost certainly it's going to rain at some point. Here is Green. Bowls to Madsen on his legs, turned into the leg side out towards the mid-wicket boundary. Holland, no, not Holland. He's at mid-wicket. Somebody else out there on the mid-wicket boundary does the fielding. And Madsen picks up another single. He moves to 16. That's somebody else. Was Harry Swindles. "29 overs of the innings gone, 57 to go in the match, and Lloyd on 72 pushes this next delivery from Green into the offside, and there's no run. So it must be your turn for an anecdote now. I think I've run out. In fact, I know I've run out. My new hat appears to have provoked some interest. I was asked where it was when I was downstairs. Lewis Rees laughed at it last night. Next delivery is pushed into the offside by David Lloyd. They're going to go through for a quick single. There's a shot at the stumps. Wayne Madsen was probably, and that's really good wicket keeping, by the way, on the quiet from Ben Cox, just sticking out a left hand while he was running, a left arm, and the ball nestling nicely at the throw came in from Sam Wood. Lloyd moves to 73 and keeps the strike. 120 for 2 at the end of the over, trailing by 160 for what it's worth. It is a shame when you remember that last game of the season. Mind you, not losing is a joy, in all honesty. So, that terrific draw we got at Grace Road at the last day of last season. Well, the one in which it rained for 2 days and we didn't even start on time on day 3. Yeah, that one, yeah, really good draw.
Terrific draw at the county ground as well, courtesy of the rain on the last day.
Yes. Good old British weather.
And Mike then from the Bennett end into Lloyd, who edges and is caught. Went for a wide drive, really good catch by Travaskis, who's quite deep at first leap, because first slip that was really travelling. He flung his hands at it and it looked to be almost a sort of top edge, and it flew to Travaskis, who's standing fairly deep, but wow, his hands will be warm now, but he clung on. And Mike has picked up a wicket, and Lloyd's best score for the season will be 73. It's been a lively innings from Lloyd. It's come off 87 deliveries, but he's gone now 120 for 3, and Leicestershire have a first bowling bonus point. Good catch that, because that was
very, very good catch by Travaskis. 11 fours in the innings for David Lloyd, who just acknowledges the applause. He'll be disappointed he couldn't go on and make 3 figures. I am certain Brooke Guest, who has been batting at 3, has had more of a rest than he would normally expect in between keeping wicket and coming out to bat. 29 overs plus lunch rest, which will do him no harm, I'm sure. But Lloyd really flashing at that one. And Travaskis was equal to it and almost knocked him over. Would have stung the hands. They're not happy here, the Leicestershire players. The wrong drinks have been sent out. They're not happy at all. Yeah, and one of them looks like it's run out and all sorts. Oh dear. That's Ian Holland. Is it? No, it's not. It's the
Harry
Swindles. Yeah, Harry Swindles wasn't happy at all about something there, complaining bitterly.
all sorts of colours, judging by the as they come back, borne by Jamie Dunk. What are there, 8 bottles, 10 bottles in dispensers? You'd have thought one of them was about right. However,
I think there's only 8 and there are 11 people out there.
they are allowed to share, perhaps because of the illness. They've got to be a bit more.
Yeah, that would make sense.
A bit more careful about sharing. Mike is into Brook. Guest bowls a bouncer. Guest ducks underneath. It was a quickish bouncer. It was a fraction too high, and again, Cox takes it nicely, 2 hands high above his head, jumping into the air. You don't hear the ball when Cox catches it. It's always a good sign. Mike working up something of a head of steam. Turns. In, bowls, fuller this time, and Guest equal to it. Leaning forward, stroking the ball out towards mid-on, where Green is the fielder. All the Leicestershire players in long sleeve sweaters. It is chilly out there.
At least unlike Middlesex, they've got long sleeve sweaters with numbers on their backs.
Are they the old cable knits, or are they just...
I love a cable knit. So why aren't the numbers on? Well, you can't get it on a cable knit, but you can get the sponsor's name on the front.
Mike is in, bowls on off stump. Guest defends it carefully out into the cover. Scriven picks up. Yeah, I'm not sure of the logic there, or the crest or whatever usually gets on.
I can't think of any other sport where you wear numbers and then put sweaters on and cover the numbers up. There's a very real point to wearing numbers so everybody can identify the players, even those you've never seen before.
Mike is in, bowls, again straight and again fullish. Guest pushes the ball back up the pitch towards Mike, who sort of feels in his follow through using his right foot. Good over so far.
Are we still on?
Yes, yeah. Mike in, bowls. Guest stays on the back foot this time. Straight delivery again, slightly short of a good length. Back down the pitch to Mike, and that is a wicket maiden. And fair to say, a rather better over than his first. Wicket was slightly fortunate. It was a wide-ish delivery, but I suppose he'd say that, well, it was quickish too, so Lloyd was a fraction late on his attempted drive away through the offside, and hence the catch. Thereafter he pretty much made Guest play, bumper aside. 120 for 3 after 30.
The excitement continues. Alex Green, this makes sense. That's exactly what they should be doing. Lewis Hill has brought Alex Green back, and he's brought him back at the pavilion end rather than the Bennett end, where he bowled a very difficult 3-over spell. I think it's fair. I think we'll call it that.
Looks like the Friends of Grace Road are open. They don't usually open on the last day, but I suspect it being the second day.
Might as well.
Get rid of their cakes. Last chance.
Yeah.
Last chance, folks.
Here is Alex Green then running away from us to bowl to Wayne Madsen, who drives uppishly towards Lewis Hill. Just for a moment, it looked like it might be slightly more uppish than it turned out to be. It hit the floor a long way in front of Lewis Hill in the end. But a good start for young Green. He was a giant of a human being. Starts his run up round about the advertising mat. And sets off now to bowl to Wayne Madsen, who goes back and cuts down towards the cover boundary. It's about 20 yards in from the cover boundary. By the time that Tom Scriven gets to it, they take a single. Madsen moves to 17, brings Brook Guest on to strike. Missed 5 dot balls to Ben Mike in the previous over. Over 8 -2 might lose the point that you're going to get. Oh no. Here is Green again. Over the wicket to Guest, who leaves alone. A beautiful leave. Mainly because it's thudded into the hands of Ben Cox. The wind is starting to get up now as well, isn't it? Which is not generally a good sign.
It was on my forecast about 2 o'clock. The wind would it became a wind symbol instead of a cloud symbol, if you know what I mean. So
yeah, somebody puffing their cheeks out.
The predominant element would be wind. Element.
Goes Green and bowls. That's a really good leave from Brooke Guest. Richard almost falls off his chair for that leave.
Well, it was taken on the run to his left by Ben Cox. So
yeah, it was a beautiful leave. Beautiful leave.
Wasn't far away.
Not far
No great
away.
reaction from
Not
Green,
far
really,
away
in
at
fairness.
all.
So, but he has looked much more in control, hasn't he? From this,
Yes. Yes.
slowed up by the slope a little.
It's been a really good move to bring him on at the pavilion end. This next delivery now, oh my word, that does cut back. That's going to be 4 buys, I think. No, leg buys. What on earth did it hit?
I think it hit his arm, sort of arms or jumper as it came back in. It slowed it right down.
It's gone down as 4 leg buys. It jagged back, but it was short of a length.
Nigel Long pointed to his elbow.
Okay.
He showed his elbow to Neil Bainton, the other umpire.
Fair point.
It must have sort of hit there.
He was trying to get everything out of the way of it, trying to avoid it hitting his gloves or the bat handle. 125 for 3. Ice cream van's back. Not a chance. Green bowls and he's going through for a quick single here. That was a good quick single because Holland had to race to get to the ball, and then he's misfielded it slightly with the dive, so they've come back for a second as well as Lewis Hill retrieves the situation. And Brooke Guest is now off the mark with a couple of runs. Final ball of the over. A much, much, much better over from Alex Green. Madsen has 17, Guest has 2. 127 for 3. England 266 for 8 after 42 overs. Travis Head 3 for 22. What's that about?
What does he bowl?
Don't think I've ever seen him bowl. He got rid of Duckett, Bethel and Cars.
Hits it a long way, doesn't he?
And when he doesn't, he just carries on trying to hit it a long way. Ooh.
Mike is ready to go, but one of his fielders isn't in quite the right position. He's decided, or he saw somebody moving out of the corner of his eye. Resumes the run up. In he goes, bowls, and Madsen works it away nicely down to third man for 4. Sort of really economical little guide by Madsen, just waited on the back foot, made sure he steered it wide of Gully. Holland is saying, well, do you want me to go down to third man? There isn't really a third man. Swindles is at backup point.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there was anybody there at all, but
there isn't. It was Swindles running around. Now Holland is retreating. Been sent back. Seems unnecessary.
Yeah, I think so.
The concession of runs doesn't seem to be a major issue for Leicestershire in the context of the game. The only benefit they could take from what's left of the game is to pick up another 3 or 6 wickets and get another couple of bonus points. The runs they concede, pretty much an irrelevance, really. Madsen waits that slightly open stance as Mike is in. He drives, he beats the stumps. It's a chase back for Green, a chase back for Hill, and Hill slid, but
I think he was touching it, wasn't he?
the way he reacted, having stopped the ball, suggests that it had gone over. Umpire Bainton is waiting for
He's not going to give anything.
confirmation one way or t'other. Hill is as honest as the day is long, so I'm sure he would say.
It makes no odds.
As I say, the run's utter irrelevant. So if Madsen finishes 9.98, he'd be a bit miffed.
Yes, that is true, actually.
He's on 23 now, off just 15 balls, as Mike is in bowls to him. He's playing it out towards mid-wicket, and, well, he's probably quite a good judge of a run by now in his career, and he judged that one perfectly, just slightly wide of Sam Wood. Sam Wood's left hand, as Fletch pointed out before lunch, so he had to sort of do the transfer into his right and rebalance himself.
Well, that in itself is a skill, isn't it? Recognising the fielder and which hand he's going to.
No, absolutely. I wasn't being sarcastic in any way.
It's just one of those.
Yeah.
How they remember, I've no idea.
Yeah. Mike is in and bowls. Guest defends on the back foot, plays it not firmly, but carefully and solidly enough out towards Hill at mid-off. 1-3-4 for 3.
Hill's waving, wants to go off. Is that enough?
Yeah. 54 overs after these 2 deliveries remain in the season, potentially, as Mike is in. Guest defends a slightly short of a length delivery off stump. Twitchley out towards Hill at mid-off.
Part will start to skip a beat when we finally see other games elsewhere finishing. Thinking we must be close to the end.
Just think Brooke Guest is actually second in terms of runs scored in the Derbyshire batting averages this season. 604, now 606, of course. So Derbyshire's 2 primary run getters at the crease as Mike bowls Fuller and slightly inside edge or inside part of the bat from Guest as he defends that one out too. Ben Green at mid-on. End of the over. Another decent one from Mike, who's, as I say, looking in good shape. He should do after a 6-week or so rest and plenty of training and what have you.
Young Donkey's on with a numberless sweater.
I think this is the first time he's actually played an active part in a first-team game then. Jamie Dunk. Other than bringing on the drinks, he's now potentially got a role to play. He's going to be fielding at deep point. He's probably further away from the bat now than he was in the pavilion. That's
he's miles away. Here comes Alex Green, first delivery. It's a very full one. It was probably just about a full toss actually, and Wayne Madsen's clipped it up to mid-on. And there is no run. Mark Beecroft Stretton has been on. He always cheers me up when he sends me an email. I'm not going to read most of it because it's absolute gobbledygook. No, it's absolute gobbledygook.
Okay.
No, it isn't. It's very entertaining, Mark, and don't ever stop being you. Here is. I will read some of it though. Here is Green into Madsen, who leaves it alone. That one again swings back after it goes past the stumps. Into the hands of Ben Cox. As a parting assessment of my in-year performance, he says, as part of the BBC's Continuous Improvement Initiative, I'm delighted to award you the TFC award. I have no idea what that means and I hope it isn't rude, but I can't think of what it might be. Don't start making things up.
Sorry.
See you next year as we aspire for the 18th wooden spoon to find a way in the Derbyshire cutlery draw as Green is in. And that's a full toss, and he almost bowls Wayne Madsen. He didn't. I don't think he saw it really, and he just swung his bat. It was a full toss that went through about half a stump height, past the off stump and into the hands of the wicket-keeper. That was remarkable. So he's just going to get back to what he did in the first over, although he hasn't conceded a run.
If that had hit off stump, there wouldn't be much left of the stump.
No,
I suspect it would have been match wood,
wouldn't it? Yes, the cutlery drawer where the trophy cabinet used to be, he says. Thank you, Mark. Always good to hear from you. No idea what you're talking about. In goes Green again and bowls to Madsen. Again, it's full. And again, it's driven this time up towards Scriven at mid-off. And there's no run. So he's just struggling a little bit again, Green, to find that length, which he seemed to find pretty well in the first over from the pavilion end. Scriven polishes the ball and tosses it to him. Perhaps that's a little word of advice, just a word to calm him down. He's no need to panic, just do what you've been doing. He's in again now, past umpire Nigel Long, and bowls to Madsen, who leaves this one to go through to Ben Cox.
To pick up the wicket of someone like Madsen as your first in first-class cricket, that would really be a moment to remember for Alex Green.
Yes, absolutely.
Be a bit special, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
if it was a special wicket. Great player.
He's on his way in again. He's Green from the pavilion end, bowling to Madsen, another full toss. He just can't quite find that length at all, and Madsen can't find a way of getting the full tosses away, so we've got a bit of a stalemate. It turns into a maiden over for Green, his first in first-class cricket. 134 for 3. The last thing we need is maiden overs, with even less to talk about. Now, obviously Don Topley would object to this, but two small people, I believe they're known as children, have entered the ground. So
Bless him.
Don Topley will be furious.
Does he not like children coming to?
Well, he just doesn't think that children watch cricket, and that's the problem with the game, and they all should be watching the 100, because that's the game that his son plays.
Okay.
So Don will be absolutely livid to see children inside a cricket ground.
Ben Mike is in from the Bennett end, bowls to Guest, who stays on the back foot, defends, middle and leg delivery out towards mid-wicket. Green gets there first. Yeah, two very tiny, just about heads above the advertising hoardings. Mum and Dad. Dad bravely wearing shorts. My word.
There aren't many out there in shorts today.
No. Mike bowls. Guest again covers up. Inclined to stay on the back foot. Then Mike's going for a little jog because he sort of half stopped. I think he tried to sort of semi-flick it onto the stumps. Not really, and went at 90-degree angle. Wants a bit more sawdust on the crease. Popping crease rather than the return crease, of course. Tom Scrivener obliges. I hope they take those little, I think the two little girls actually, as they get closer. Mike is in and bowls slightly short of a length, and upon his toes, Guest defends it out into the offside. Dunk is the fielder. Guest 2 off 15 deliveries now. I could do a Sybil and say helicopter going overhead, but you could probably hear that.
Can't see it though. Oh, there it is.
Oh yeah. Heading to the heliport, perhaps. No, I think it's too high for that because the heliport's only a couple of miles away to the south. Mike in to Guest. A bouncer. Seems to see it a bit late. It is a little bit gloomy and dark out there at the moment, although there is blue sky visible. No lights on at the moment, of course. So just taking a while to adjust at the moment, Brooke Guest.
James Wharton's made a little bit of history for Yorkshire today. The joint 8th highest individual score by in any innings for Yorkshire.
Goodness.
285.
Mike bowls onto off stump. No, says Guest as he blocks that one out towards backward point. Swindles is the fielder. First 7 probably held by G. Boycott.
God, can you imagine watching that many runs scored by Jeffrey? Dear oh dear. I did see a tweet saying it was the 4th highest Yorkshire score on that ground, and it was like Hutton Edrich, obviously, but presumably in a test match. And somebody else. So there were.
Are they still bad? Should they not have declared by now?
Well, they should have done, but they haven't.
I suppose there's no need, but
well, they can't win the title now, can they?
Mike is in, bowls, guest on off stump, wait there, he calls us again, he works it out to Swindles at backward point. Good over from Mike. I think it was his second maiden out of 4. 1 for 13, his figures, 1, 3, 4 for 3. Derbyshire's figures.
They are on 639 for 6 and batting on, leading by 492. And you think this is meaningless. They actually had an opportunity to win that game and have clearly chosen not to.
And nothing to lose by declaring with another innings. You know, they had.
And
lose the game.
Guaranteed to be promoted, can't win the title now, so they're going to finish second. Anyway, well done to Yorkshire for finishing second. Here is Alex Green bowls another full-ish delivery that Wayne Madsen gets down rather late on, pushes it out into the offside, looks at the toe of his bat.
Ben Cody's got his 50 wickets, so perhaps the bowler said, nope, we're not going. To John Tattersall, you just bat, mate, we're not going out there to bowl, it's too cold.
Well, I suppose there is that, isn't there? There's nothing to be gained by winning the game necessarily, apart from another win. Another win. Oh, for another win. Madsen waits as Green bowls to him, and he goes back again, pushes this up towards Holland at mid on the ball, barely has enough energy to reach Holland.
He does look as though he's hurrying him slightly.
Yeah. Hurried in the gloom. It's not actually as gloomy if I look out of your window.
It's gone a bit. No, yours is, yeah. I will get, if
well, no, I think
employed, I'll get those clean before the end of the season.
They're slightly tinted, aren't they?
But actually, there's a fraction of sun now.
Yeah. Too bright. There's Green bowls to Madsen, who has a big swing at that one, and he misses it, and it goes through to the keeper. I'm not sure exactly what went through Wayne Madsen's mind there.
I just think he's getting a little bit beaten on pace at the moment.
24 off 25. It's not as if he's not going quickly enough. Still got a lot of time, unfortunately, left to get the further 76 runs he needs to get to 1,000. Lewis Rees, another man who's more used to opening, to follow. As Alex Green goes in and bowls to Madsen, who does drive this time, but straight to Scriven at mid-off. And there's no run. But perhaps getting a bit agitated at not being able to score as freely as he did in the opening part of his innings, but 24 off 26. I think that's probably quicker than most first-class innings we will have seen over the course of the season. Certainly at Derbyshire. And goes Green again. Bowls to Madsen down the leg side, 4 byes. It moved away from Ben Cox, who didn't stand a chance, and it will count against Ben Cox, which is rubbish. And it's 138 for 3. It just looked like he got his line back. Now he's just lost it again. Young Alex Green. Come on, Greener. A green out and a greenie then, presumably. Alex Green bowls. Wayne Madsen clips this one away quite nice. He's only going to get a single as it's fielded on the boundary away to our right-hand side by Swindles, I fancy. He moves on to 25 and keeps the strike. 139 for 3 at the end of 35 overs. 51 to go. Lewis Hill's back. Young Dunk came on, didn't touch the ball. Now he's going off.
Well, the 3 overs Green has bowled from this pavilion end, he's conceded just the 3 runs, having bowled 3 for 30 from the Bennett end, and that's not a misleading stat. He has been much better, as we've both said, in this second spell. Still looks a bit fed up with himself, but he's been much better. Mike is in and bowls to Madsen, who turns it again into that just wide of mid-wicket position, the left hand of Sam Wood, and calls for the run. The sun is with us temporarily because cloud still covering most of the sky. But very pleasant while it is here. But noticeable how much more time Madsen has against Mike, who is no slouch with the ball.
And he does with Green.
Green is quicker, much quicker. Mike is in and nicely turned by Guest off his legs, but straight to Wood at mid-wicket. Suggests he's a good 4-5 mph quicker, Green. What level? It's a bit hard to tell on this pitch and from up here, but certainly mid-80s you would think. Perhaps next season at some stage. Certainly if we go to Old Trafford, there might be a speed gunner knocking around.
Or Southport.
Unlikely to be a speed gun. Mike is in and Guest is going to pick up a run. Turns it to the right of Sam Wood. Wood does get there with a reaching right hand, but doesn't pick up the ball cleanly, so the single in the end was safe enough. I would like to go to somewhere different if here.
Sedbergh, like you said before.
Said, but Southport, Blackpool, somewhere different. The coast would be fun.
See, I like Aigburth, but they've not been playing there recently, so played pretty much the entire COVID campaign in Liverpool.
And of course they're building a new ground, aren't they? In goes Mike and bowls and left by Wayne Madsen. Where is the new ground? I've seen a plan of it.
Leyland, Preston area, which is
right
sort
up
of
there.
the M6, M61 meet.
It's
yeah,
quite
it's
a
like
long way up,
like
isn't
a
it?
double ground as well. There's going to be 2 pitches, almost like a main ground and a nursery ground.
And it's primarily intended, I think, for Lancashire women as well, isn't it?
Yeah, and for when they can't use Old Trafford.
Which is quite often.
Yeah, test matches in August.
But I'm guessing it's probably 3 years away, something like that.
Yes, it will be, won't it?
Mike is in. Madsen is driving, reaching for the wide one, crashing it away to the cover stroke point boundary. No chance for Swindles, who's at backward point, to get across and field. And that looked markedly, well, obviously wider, but also quite a bit slower from Ben Mike, who's coming to the end of his 5th over, and ball certainly isn't coming through quite as quickly. Lack of overs probably for Ben. Explosive at the beginning, but long spells are different when you're actually bowling and not in the nets and what have you. Very different. Down the slope he comes. Bowls to Madsen. Much better delivery. Good line and length and straight. Madsen covers up. Back down the pitch it goes. Wayne Madsen on to 30 with that boundary off just 32 deliveries. Derbyshire on to 145 for 3 off 36. The horrible figure of 50 stands next to Remain on the scoreboard. Horribly big figure of 50.
It's in Farrington. Unfortunately, I'm not entirely sure where Farrington is, so bear with.
I think you're right, definitely. That all rings a bell, the near Preston business.
Yeah, just looking at the artist's impression is very nice. They're talking about it being ready for 2025.
Ooh.
Next year. Green bowls a full toss. Alec Green, that is, and it's bunted down the ground by Brooke Guest for a single.
Maybe we'll be playing there then.
This article was in 2023 when work started. That new facility at Farrington, bringing together elite and community cricket in one high quality. This is a Lancashire article, by the way. 19-month build time. And the ECB have provided £1.6 million in funding. Alex Green bowls the next delivery of his over to Wayne Madsen. He pushes it out into the offside. So 2 cricket pitches and a host, and it will also host a number of men's and women's competitive matches each year. The second cricket pitch will support the community, recreational and youth cricket, as well as offering training facilities for Lancashire. Very nice. And they're also using a local building firm from Bamber Bridge, which is nice to see as well. So everyone's a winner. Green bowls to Madsen, who rather reaches for that one outside of the off stump, as it again too full from Green, and it goes up to Lewis Hill at a wide mid-off, 146 for 3. Madsen 70 away from 1,000 runs in the championship. Broadcast on 4. Sun shining brightly as Green goes in to bowl to Madsen, who drives but straight to Hill again. Better delivery from Green. They clearly didn't want you at the top of the programme, did they?
He says reach 225 is the first one. So, and it could be any minute.
It could be absolutely any minute now.
Lord knows what I'm going to say to them.
Such is the excitement. Well, I imagine that Adam will suggest that will there be a result, he'll ask. Well, there will, and there'll be a draw. In comes Green and bowls. That one is, again, he has to reach for it, Wayne Madsen, to get anywhere near it. Pushes it out towards the cover boundary. Scriven comes in off that boundary to do the fielding, and Madsen moves to 31, 147, 4-3. His script didn't change much throughout the course of yesterday, which they tend not to do because they're busy doing other things. But yeah, the suggestion that there might be a result yesterday was almost fanciful. Green in and bowls to Brooke Guest. Oh, there's a yes, no. There was a single there. There was always a single there because Ian Holland had basically decided he wasn't going to break into any kind of a run to pick the ball up. Brooke Guest keeps the strike with a single. He moves to 5. 148 for 3 at the end of the over. Just 49 to go now.
If I was Guest, I'd tend to take Madsen's word if there's whether there's a run to be had. And as you say, there was 1.5, if not 2, really. But Madsen kept going. He ignored Guest's no. You come down here, young man. There definitely is. He probably heard the announcer say that Tom Scriven should know his name by now. We've both been at the... Actually, I think it has changed in my time here a couple of times.
Seven bowlers used by Leicestershire. Likely to be any more?
Well, there could be, you know.
Yeah.
If they have a little bit of fun towards our post-tea.
Wayne Madsen's target has to be still there at tea in the hope that they do bring on 1 or 2 bowlers who don't normally bowl, and he might just help him get over the line.
Well, he's only 42 short of 2,000 runs against Leicestershire. Scriven is in. Guest is forward, defending solidly out to mid-off. 5 off 23 deliveries for Brooke Guest. 31 off 36 for Super Wayne, who's chatting away happily to Neil Bainton at the moment. Always looks a fairly jolly soul, Neil Bainton, doesn't he?
Yes.
I suspect he is. I miss chatting to the umpires sitting at the table, because some were sort of very happy to have someone else to talk to be quite honest. In goes Scriven and bowls, and Guest leaves, swings through to Cox outside off stump. You had to be a bit careful. There was a faint sense of them and us, but the older chaps always seem to be very pleased to see you.
Yeah. There's a lot we'll talk. A lot of the umpires will have a chat.
Scriven in there. Say glorious sunshine now is in and bowls. Guest chops him away off the back foot through the offside for 4. No chance for Mike. Didn't sound as though he'd quite middled that.
No, I don't think he did.
But it rather accelerated away, hit it hard down into the ground, and it sort of leapt away and outpaced Mike to the boundary. The little knot of... Oh, it's that little family who's sitting over there. So whether there's some sort of relation to one of the Leicestershire regulars. There's the 3 or 4 Leicester regulars who are all sort of standing in front of the pylon now and looking rather chilly. A fair few of them went to Arsenal yesterday.
All right.
In goes Scriven, a little bit short. Guest trying to work it away off the back foot again, doesn't time it again, but this time runs it more or less straight to Lewis Hill at wide-ish mid-off.
So they're used to disappointment.
Well, they were very excited for much of yesterday. Leicester City coming within a minute or so of getting appointed. The Emirates, whatever it's called.
I believe that is its name.
Scriven bowls. Guest again back foot defending. Takes his bottom hand off the bat as he pushes it out towards green at mid-on. Did one game there. I can't remember even who it was against. When it was pretty much just after it had opened, covered a game there. But, you have to say it was a step up in facilities when it opened, and the food was, you know, would you like salad, sir, or would you prefer the cooked? You know, it was everything, astonishingly high quality. In goes Scriven, bowls off stump line, nice line. Guest forward this time, defending out to Hill at mid-off.
Yes, I went to Chelsea once with Bradford City. That was fairly incredible. But food.
It was, it was still sense of the old part of the stadium, though. I found it Chelsea.
Yeah,
remember they gave us mince pies. It was nearly Christmas.
Well, nice.
Yeah, that was very nice.
Yeah. Bradford City came from 2-0 down in an FA Cup tie to win 4-2. One of the most astonishing FA Cup ties in recent times.
The wall, well, part of the wall of the old shed was still there.
Okay.
Sort of, they'd made a feature of it at the back of the ground, I remember. I don't know whether it has since been demolished.
Alex Green.
It's a longish spell, this.
It is.
5th over.
On his way in now to bowl to Wayne Madsen, who drives but mistimes it up to Holland at mid-on. England all out for 309 in the 50th over. They left 4 balls out there. Adil Rashid, the last man out, for 36. So Australia will need 310 to win. 4 wickets in the end for Travis Head. 6 overs, 4 for 28.
And this is the decider, yes.
Yeah, one of 8 bowlers used by the Australian team. As Green is into Madsen, who goes up on his toes and pats that one down into the offside on this occasion. Yeah, the decider of a series that has not gripped the nation, I think it's fair to say.
Crowd was okay at Lord's, wasn't it? Where's this one being played?
I want to say the Rose Bowl, but I'm not 100% certain.
Okay.
But it's not called that anymore, is it? Whatever it's called.
Rejoices in the name Utilita Bowl, I believe.
Yeah, load of old nonsense. This next one is a dreadful toss, driven by Madsen. Lewis Hill fields. Sam Wood hits the deck for fear of being in the direct firing line of a shy at the stumps. But Lewis Hill holds on to the ball. Madsen moves to 32, 153 for 3. They don't make it easy for you to find out where it is. I'll get there though. Next delivery's left alone by. You're going to find out before me now, aren't you? Left alone.
Bristol.
Oh, that well-known international cricket ground, Bristol, of course.
Updates time. Here we go. Well, the game might not matter in terms of the result, which will now be a draw, as neither side wanted to forfeit an innings and see if they could make a game of it. But it matters to Alex Green, who's bowling at the moment. The giant young 17-year-old seam bowler is making his first-class debut for the Foxes. Still looking for his first-class wicket, though, his first-class wicket, that is. He's bowling to Wayne Madsen. Madsen's 32, not out. Madsen approaching 2,000 runs against Leicestershire over his remarkable career. Brooke Guest is with him. He's 10 not out. The Foxes have picked up 3 wickets in the Derbyshire first innings, and I do emphasise first innings because of those 2 days lost. The game will finish in a draw, but it won't be a game that Alex Green will forget, even if everybody else does fairly quickly. Derbyshire are 154 for 3. And you missed just one delivery if you're just listening to us online, which was driven by Wayne Madsen. It was sort of half-fielded at mid-off, diving across to his right, and Madsen picked up a single, kept the strike. He moves on to 34 out of 156 for 3. Sometimes you have to sort of pick a theme, don't you, for a report when nothing else is going on.
Nothing's going on. Unfortunately, I don't have to do any updates on a Sunday afternoon.
It's against the religion of BBC Radio Derby.
I think it's the unique way the BBC's funded.
It's a day of rest.
Well, there is no local input from 2 o'clock. Sadly.
Unless there's a sport, unless there's something else.
Unless there is sport, yeah.
Big sport.
Yeah. It's Tom Scriven from the Bennett end. The first ball is turned into the leg side by Brooke Guest, who picks up a couple. And rather excitingly, although I think it's going to matter very little, all the batters we've seen so far, all 5, have got to double figures. And regular listeners will know Derbyshire have only had 11 in double figures once in their history in a completed innings.
I don't think all 11 are going to get a bat.
No, that's the major drawback here. Scriven is in again. He's got a long run up, hasn't he? They're going to scamper through for a quick single as it's turned into the leg side. There's a shot at the stumps that actually hit some part. I think it was his bat, probably. Brooke Guest's bat, because he's not limping in any way. And he wouldn't have minded being hit anyway. He's made of granite. Brooke Guest, first one in the nets in the morning before he starts going through his wicket-keeping warm-ups. He is a remarkable human being. Born in Manchester. It's about to be tough. Moved on to 13, 159 for 3. Madsen back on strike. He's on 34, and he turns this one down towards fine leg, that kind of area. You might be able to hear the wind is now howling. Madsen moves to 35, 160 for 3. Look at the clouds, they're really starting to scud across the sky, aren't they? They are moving very quickly now. It's in the right direction for me going home, though, so that could be good for fuel consumption.
Good.
It's just, you know.
Oh, these things matter.
Yeah, absolutely. Although not so good for walking round to the other side of the ground to get to the car. 160 for 3. Scriven is in to bowl to Guest, who turns that into the leg side. No run. I think Sam Wood has been standing there for the entirety of, when he hasn't been bowling, for the entirety of the innings.
Tea will be at 3:10, won't it? It's set in stone on day 4.
Yes, it will.
Thankfully. Not when there are 32 overs remaining to be bowled.
Well, that's 14 overs away. We wouldn't be far off, really.
It's an hour, isn't it?
Yes, it is pretty much an hour, I'm afraid. You're right. Here's Scriven bowling to Guest, who pushes this one out into the offside. And young Dunk, who is back on the field, possibly touches a ball in a first-class match for the first time. I haven't seen him do it before, but he does the fielding. Jamie Dunk, and there is no run.
Makes note to ask Alfonso Thomas whether Jamie will be brought into the sort of first team squad at the start of next season.
I have to write these things down, otherwise I always forget. Next delivery is turned into the leg side by Brooke Guest. It was the final ball of the over. 160 for 3 is the score. 40 overs of the innings have gone, so approximately 4 runs and over. Wayne Madsen has 35, Brooke Guest has 13, and we've got 46 overs to go today. So just past the halfway mark. We didn't celebrate the halfway mark.
Because we're kind of hoping it isn't the halfway mark. We're kind of hoping it's the 2/3 of the way mark, aren't we?
Yes, we are, if we're being honest. And we're nothing if not honest.
We, like you folks, will miss it badly in a couple of weeks'
yes.
time. But just at the moment, it's just that there's so little depending on the game that
Yeah,
essential futility at the moment is slightly energy sapping. Travaskis is back on, this time from the pavilion end, replacing Green, whose second spell he'll be much prouder of than his first, I suspect. Travaskis with a slip is into Madsen, but that's drifting towards the leg stump, and Madsen can go forward and just clip it away to the sweeper on the leg side, who's Harry Swindles, who must know, all the spectators in that stand, the amount of time he spends out there, absolutely personally.
I'm going to chat with Pat Brown in a minute as well.
Travaskis is in. Guest is walking down and then defending. Oh, slightly risky. Done in the flight to a certain extent, but did manage to cover up. Made sure the ball didn't slip through into the gloves of Ben Cox. Travaskis is in, waits for that one, slightly wide from Travaskis. Guest and cuts it. Doesn't manage to beat the man at backward point / deepish gully, who's Tom Scriven. In fact, Scriven's, yeah, it is that sort of position. Takes a couple more steps back. Travaskis is in again. Guest uses his feet to get to the pitch of the ball, but then defends. Pushes the ball back towards Travaskis, slightly to his left. He fields. I can hear my voice getting quieter, actually. I've got to make more effort, really. It's just the circumstances, the atmosphere of the game, perhaps. Travaskis is in. Forward is Guest defending out to Ben Mike. May not be the box's fault, the microphone's fault. It may indeed be me. Travaskis, quicker delivery, pushed through a little bit. Guest stayed on the back foot, but it didn't turn. And he just blocked it out to Hill at mid-off. Hill with a bright red beer towel or piece of towel or whatever it is hanging out of the back of his trousers. 161 for 3 off 41. 45 potentially remain to be bowled.
Marks off for Sol Budinger. He's got one of those muff things that he puts his hands in to keep them warm.
Like a lady's sort of muff.
Careful. Yeah, can you see it? Now, Joe Root wore one. There it is. Joe Root wore one at Headingley, which was pitiful, but he also wore a snood that he pulled off above his head because it was pathetic. Here's Scriven into bowl to Wayne Madsen, who is driving, but off a thick outside edge down towards third man. He might have to hurry to get back for the second. No, he'll get back comfortably in the end as the throw comes in from... Oh, it's your man, isn't it? It's your man, Swindles, who did the throw in the end, I think. It was directed towards the stumps by Cox, but Madsen was in. He moves on to 38. Jed has just asked, with no Jonathan Doidge at Chesterfield in the county championship next season, which in itself isn't a bad thing, who will be the new voices at Old Trafford and Canterbury. They'll be the same old voices, really, as... This one is pushed by Madsen up to mid-off, and there's no run. Scott Reed, of course, at Old Trafford, and a whole host of international voices. Oh, they might have to trim it down now that they're in the second division. You never know.
David Lloyd, Paul Allett.
They have quite the production up there, don't they?
Oh, the works.
It's that long since I've been to Canterbury. We used to work.
Ben Watts will be there, I assume. Still young Ben. Well, I think of him as young, but he's been around quite a while now.
Oh yes. He's probably in his 30s. Here is Scriven bowling to Madsen, who guides this out into the offside backward of square for a single. He moves to 39. And Matt Cole, of course.
Indeed. It's usually a combination of those two.
Yeah. There's only two names to remember there. It's not like Essex, where you basically got to take a notebook to make note of everybody's name. Some work Saturdays, some don't do Thursdays, and depends when the Derby and Jones open.
Some it's their teddy bear's birthday, so they'll only be there for half a day.
164 for 3. This next delivery is guided backward as square by Brooke Guest.
Some will have gone to the wrong ground.
Yes, undoubtedly. Some will praise Essex and their county championship form whilst off air, putting the competition down to such a degree that he would like it abolished. So yeah, we don't have to go to Essex anyway, so that's good news. We were there in 2020. Was the last time I went there. Here is Scriven in and bowls to Guest down the leg side, not taken cleanly by Ben Cox, and dribbles past the helmet. It would have been a moment's excitement. We've seen a 5-run penalty already this season with the ball hitting the helmet. I cannot for the life of me remember who it was against, but we have seen it once this season. Always a little extra frisson when that happens. The two youngsters are enjoying themselves running around in the vast open spaces of Grace Road. They'll be exhausted tonight. Scriven bowls and Guest pushes this one, Budinger into the leg side. Budinger fields, picks up with his left hand. He is the only one wearing one of those hand warming things. It's the kind of thing that, or is he?
Yeah, he is. It's sort of round his. Oh, do you mean is he the only one?
Yes, he is. Yes, I thought it was somebody else. You see quarterbacks wearing them in the NFL to keep their hands warm.
But in fairness, in minus 20 degrees in sort of...
In Green Bay,
somewhere really cold
Detroit
normally.
Or somewhere.
The Mile High Stadium in midwinter is probably quite chilly.
Yes, I imagine it would be.
Colorado.
Yeah.
By very definition.
It's quite high as well, isn't it?
Travaskis is in to Madsen, who is carefully forward, blocking the ball out to Mike in the covers. 39 to Wayne Madsen now. Yet another half-century against Leicestershire. Ahoy! As Travaskis bowls to him. A little bit short. He cuts, but doesn't quite place it or time it as well as he would have liked. And Scriven can move smartly up to his right to field towards point.
Joe Leach is batting for the final time for Worcestershire.
But I bet they stood and applauded him.
You would hope so, wouldn't you?
To the pitch. Travaskis tosses that one up, clipped by Madsen. But again, not quite timed, and it goes more or less straight to Dunk at mid-wicket.
Batting with the former Derbyshire man Logan Van Beek.
Travaskis bowls. Again, it's foolish and slightly frustrated swat at that one by Wayne Madsen, or what appeared to be. Clumped out towards mid-on where Holland was the fielder. Saul Budinger sensing a possibility of a breakthrough as in goes Travaskis, nicely flighted delivery and driven back towards him by Madsen, half fielded in his follow through. He has a nice action like so many left armers, Travaskis, but you can see the ball spinning, but somehow it just doesn't seem to get that much turn at any point really. In he goes and bowled, quicker, flatter delivery. That was never likely to turn. A little bit short as well. Madsen went back and worked it out wide of Dunk, who ran back towards Swindles to field, and one was taken again. Madsen keeps the strike into the 40s now on 65 for 3. And we are at the sort of halfway stage of the innings theoretically now. 43 overs in, 43 potentially remain. We don't think we're fairly convinced we won't get them all unless that batting point is very, very important.
Which clearly isn't. Yorkshire have stretched their lead to 536. It's Scriven bowling to Madsen, who just guides this out backwards square on the offside for a single to move to 41.
Who's bowling in that match now? I would imagine that
for 3. I think most of the crowd will be having a go now, won't they? Absolute waste of time. Dreadful. Safe Zabe and Fateh Singh, so no bowlers are bowling.
Yeah.
Maintaining the integrity of the competition. As Tom Scriven is on his way in once more. From the Bennett end, bowling to Brooke Guest, who pushes this up to mid-on. And there is no... I reckon the only place that could possibly be a result is at Worcester.
Looks that way.
They were 8 down now, leading by 187, but even that looks a tall order, really.
Unlikely, but it'd be something defiant from Lancashire, wouldn't it? Just a little bit of...
I don't think they've got defiant in them, though, really.
No.
What did David Griffin point out to me this morning? I'll find it in a moment, about Lancashire. As this next delivery, he's turned away into the leg side. Quite fine, although he got a bit too much of it in the end, I think. Brooke Guest, and he only picks up a single for it. Not in that one. I mean, too many of these. Lancashire's last batting point came on the 1st of July. Which is a long, long wait for a batting point. Even as pointless as they are, it just basically means they haven't scored 250 in the first innings since July. Here's Scriven bowling to Madsen, who pushes this out into the offside, sets off for a single and then turns back because the ball has gone straight to Lewis Hill, and there wasn't a run there. But I mean, that's a fairly sad indictment of Lancashire and where they're at the moment. Scriven turns at the top of his mark. That one is clipped up to mid-on by Wayne Madsen. No run. Sun shining brightly. It's too bright. It's too bright. Nick's got a similar story to the FA Cup final programme that I can read out in a moment.
Good.
Yeah. Normally Nick writes too much, but in this case it's not a problem, Nick.
Cannot be too much.
It's Scriven.
Let your imagination go, Nick.
Scriven hit a bowls a short delivery to Madsen, goes through to the keeper end of the over. Guest has 13, Madsen 41. 167 for 3. It was to do with hula hoops. There was a promotion and a competition to find a square hoop, and if you got one, you won £10,000. So a square hula hoop. His wife was a teacher at the time and on playground duty. One of her pupils came running up and said to her, "Look, miss, I found a square hula hoop." Before she could prevent the child from eating it, he popped it into his mouth and munched it.
No.
The most expensive playground snack in the history of the world. Thank you, Nick. On the back of the programme that was thrown away from the 1911 Cup final.
Travaskis bowls to Brooke Guest, who turns the delivery out towards mid-wicket. It's a little bit wide of mid-wicket, and they think about the possibility of a single. Well, Madsen's interested, but Guest, who's been obdurate rather than aggressive in this innings, says no. He remains on 13. Travaskis tosses that one up. Guest is forward, pushing the ball out directly to green at shortish mid-wicket. The ever optimistic ice cream van has been up and down Milligan Road and around the roads around Grace Road. Well, probably up and down Grace Road, which is runs behind the ground. In goes Travaskis. Forward goes Guest, using his feet. Puff of dust, which is quickly blown away. And Milligan Road is between us and, sorry, Grace Road is between us and the town centre, or the city centre, I should say. In goes Travaskis again. Guest using his feet and sort of combination of pad and bat to block the ball. Not too pretty, but he does the job. He keeps it out. Travaskis is in. Guest is going back, chops it out towards Mike, who picks up and throws. He's athletic, but Madsen is also athletic, and Mike was sort of running semi-backwards diagonally, and he got his throw away, but without too much power. And Madsen made his ground pretty comfortably. Guest onto 14 or 50 deliveries. Travaskis to finish his 8th over is into Madsen, who is swinging him high over mid on down towards long, on for a 1 bounce 4. Moves on to 45 out of 172 for 3. Maybe the first bounder Travaskis has conceded 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 15. His still excellent figures, but Madsen felt clearly that he'd been in long enough to give that one the long handle, and did so effectively.
The Yorkshire score is the highest score in a first-class match ever posted at Headingley.
I bet there were a few people trying to make square hula hoops.
Yes, well, you could sort of dampen them a bit. I don't know. Tried at home. 172 for 3. Scriven begins new over bowling to Brooke Guest, who pushes it out into the offside.
I wonder if they'd have known which bag. Maybe do bags have numbers? I don't know. Probably not, actually.
You can put a number on a bag, I would have thought, couldn't you? Because
Yeah,
they put
I assume so, yeah.
By date or best before. If indeed there is a best before date for a hula hoop. Madsen at the non-striker's end on 45. Guest has 14. Tom Scriven bowling from the Bennett end. And Guest pushes that one out into the offside. And there is no run. Ipswich losing again.
Against?
Villa. Home to Villa. Took the lead, but now they're behind. Young Delap.
Isn't it depressing when sons of people you remember very well playing?
Well,
suddenly...
Finn Delap's on the books at Burton, his other son. This next delivery from Scriven is driven very nicely by Brooke Guest out towards the extra cover boundary, and it's got the legs to get all the way to the rope, as it does now. And Guest, well, he hasn't hit too many boundaries in this innings of 18. That was only his second. Derbyshire move up to 176 for 3, but it was a nice shot from Brooke Guest, who will be looking to finish the season on a high as well. Mickey Arthur has gone on a walk around the boundary. I can't make out who he's with. It's somebody from the Derbyshire squad. It might be Jack Morley. But he's deep in conversation. Far side of the ground, Scriven bowls to Guest, and he pushes this one up to Lewis Hill at mid-off, and there's no run. Because my binoculars are next door. It's a little disappointing. They're not in the right place.
You can get them at the end of the over if you wish.
I'll go through. I'd like to know who he was talking to.
Stretch your legs.
I think it looks like Jack Morley. And so far I haven't called him Harry Morley, which is a terrific effort from me.
Or Robert.
Scriven bowls. That one is pushed into the one for the kids there. Pushed into the offside by Brooke Guest straight to Green, who's fielding there.
Can't think of many more famous Morleys.
Who was the bloke who did Miss World? He was a Morley, wasn't he?
Was he?
Can't remember his name. As I've explained before, Jack Morley's cousin is called Harry. As Scriven is in, bowls to Guest, who just tickles it down towards a fine leg. It's going to be fielded down below us by Alex Green, who doesn't know his own strength. Almost overthrows Ben Cox. They go through for a single. It means that Brooke Guest pinches the strike, which isn't ideal. I've got nothing against Brooke, but Wayne Madson's on 45, 177 for 3. Yeah, his brother Harry is a mate of my lads from back in the handball days. They played together, and it was a very good way of breaking the ice when Jack first came here. I could introduce myself as somebody who knew his cousin. Not that you need to break the ice with professional sports people, but I've got another message. Excellent.
Sol Buttinger might get an over or two. Before too long, Travaskis is in, bowls towards leg stump, cross with himself, because Guest could go back and just work it as comfortably as you like out to the sweeper and take a run. Moves on to 20. Just beginning to show signs of playing with a little bit more fluency now, as Travaskis is into Madsen on 45, who has just as he occasionally does, a little bit of a sort of swat at the ball, and thick inside edge and pad combine to work the ball out to mid-off, as Dave's headphones almost accompany him into the next door commentary box. So he's gone to find his binoculars. Travaskis bowls nicely flighted and reaching forward. He's not at the pitch of the ball, Madsen. It doesn't really turn, though. When I say it doesn't really turn, it doesn't turn. The qualifier was unnecessary, and Madsen can adjust and poke it out into the offside. Travaskis is in quicker delivery and wide enough for him to cut, and he does cut, and that's his running down towards wide third man with Scriven in pursuit, picks up and throws on the turn, and it's a good throw, but it was a long old way from down there at wide third man, and as a consequence, Guest can call Madsen through for a safe third. Guest running to the danger end. It does look like Buttinger, who didn't bowl badly at Northampton in picking up his first class wicket, is going to get a go. In goes Travaskis, tosses that one up, driven back to him by Brooke Guest, and there's no run. 181 for 3. The partnership is 61 now. Madsen on 48 from 59 deliveries, but he's not on strike at the moment. The sun, which was briefly with us, disappears as in goes Travaskis, bowls and meets a very straight and correct bat from Brooke Guest. Back down the pitch to Travaskis goes the ball. Fletcher's found his binoculars and will now tell us to whom.
Well at the moment I can't see, because Mickey Arthur's blocking my view of the person. It looks like Jack Morley. He's got his hood up and his cap on, and he's muffled against the wind, and it's tricky to tell. I think it might be Jack. It is Sol Buttinger.
3 overs, 1 for 13 in the first innings at Northants for Sol. 2.3 overs, none for 11 in the second.
He's bowling to Wayne Madsen on 48 initially, with that shock of sort of bluey grey white hair. It's difficult to describe, really. He's in now and bowls, and Madsen gives the respect it deserves by turning it into the leg side, fielded by Tom Scriven. Thank you, Mark. Shall we call it a mixed season? I think, yeah, that would cover it nicely. From a Derbyshire perspective, Madsen drives, picks up a single to move to 49, 182 for 3. Eric Morley, Martin, thank you very much indeed. Eric Morley.
That's it, yeah. That's it.
Next delivery is pushed by Brooke Guest up towards Lewis Hill. There's a shy at the stumps that misses. In fact, it hits him again.
Missed by miles.
It hit, I think, the bat once more. But we know he's got a theory about Miss Universe as well, so that's very good. This one's turned into the leg side by Wayne Madsen, and it's another half century for the Derbyshire man, who just acknowledges the applause from down below us with a little raise of the bat. The 127th time Wayne Madsen has got to 50 in his first class career, and on 38 occasions he's gone on to make 100, and against Leicestershire, I can tell you that it is the next delivery from Sol Buddinger, left alone by Brooke Guest. It is the 19th time he's got to 50, and he's gone on and made 5 centuries against Leicestershire. Here is Buddinger again, bowls to Guest. That one is a bit fallen, keeps a touch low, defended by Guest. He might have to get a bit of a wriggle on here though, Wayne Madsen, because there are nominally 38 overs left. I would suggest it's more like 26, no, 22. So don't know if that Italian book has got a wriggle on in it, but you might want to shout that to him.
Well, he's now on 1,977 runs against Leicestershire in his first class career, and if he passes 2,000, I shall inscribe this book on the occasion of your 2,000th first class run against Leicestershire.
That would be great,
wouldn't it?
He's
going to get it anyway. But
we get a photograph. Martin added that the Miss Universe competitions are rigged. All the winners come from Earth.
In goes Travaskis, bowls, and Madsen goes back and calmly as ever just wiggles it round the corner, turns it round the corner, takes his single. Well, they need another 116 runs now, Derbyshire, to pick up these 2 batting bonus points, which seem so very important to them. In goes Travaskis, forward goes Guest, plays it firmly, but only as far as mid-on. He was momentarily interested in a single, but Madsen peremptorily sent him back. We're doing T-wise 7 minutes away, so probably 3 more overs. Travaskis is in, back goes Guest. It was a straightish delivery though, so he had to just be a bit careful, pushed it out to extra cover. In goes Travaskis, bowls, forward goes Guest, playing it out to Lewis Hill at mid-off.
It is Jack Morley. He's taking his hood down now. He's far easier to identify. He could probably only have been one of 2 people.
Travaskis bowls, solidly forward Guest. It's as though he sort of deliberately plays it firmly back to the bowler. He wants him to get on with it. Wholly admirable trait, if trait it is. Travaskis bowls and forward again very solidly goes Guest this time. Slightly inside edge part of the bat, or inside part of the bat, which means the ball rolls out towards mid-wicket instead of straight back down the pitch. A few more, actually quite threatening clouds now beginning to make their presence felt.
They'll be all right. I think they only look threatening because the rest of it's bright.
But we are going to get through until tea. I shall leg it downstairs for a final piece of. Would you care for see what they've got?
Not as, I'll give you a couple of.
No, don't worry about that.
Not as big as the pieces yesterday, though. Sol Buddinger bowls to Wayne Madsen, who clips that one into the leg side, and they're going to go through for a single on a. It would be cruel to call it a misfield from Scriven, but he sort of tumbled to his right and then threw the ball away.
Well, given it's the last day of the season, I suspect we might get an entire cake between us. That'd be good, wouldn't it? Handfuls.
Buddinger bowls to Guest, who clips that into the leg side. Single taken. Guest moves to 22, 187 for 3. Thank you, Terry, for your message. Another poor season for Derbyshire, he says, which is about right. Yeah, good to meet you in Hove in the summer when cricket should be played. Yeah, it was good to see you there, Terry. See you again next year, I'm sure, somewhere. As this next delivery is turned into the leg side by Wayne Madsen for another single. And he says, wait. You could hear him say, wait, Alex Green, rather than him bending down. Left it to Sam Wood to do the fielding. You know what he's got a look of, Alex Green, and if he has a career similar, he will be he'd be more than happy, I would have thought. He just has a look of Luke Fletcher to me from this distance. So the spirit of Luke has left him because he's retired, and it's gone into Alex Green. I think he's quicker than Luke, clearly. Brooke Guest turns this next delivery up to mid-on for a single. He moves to 22, 189 for 3.
If he has a career as long as Luke Fletcher's, he'll be
more than happy, wouldn't he?
Pretty happy indeed.
Interesting to see if Luke turns up anywhere next year. As Wayne Madsen pulls us around the corner.
Clever.
He's going to get at least a couple here. In fact, he is just going to get a couple. No, he's not, because Brooke Guest is quite sharp, and he gets back for the third, despite the throw from Sam Wood. Is it down there? It is. Sam Wood with the throw. So 3 more to Madsen. He moves inexorably towards the 1,000 runs for the season, which is about all that we've got to get excited about. He's on to 50. Should that not be? Was it not? Was it? It was Madsen, wasn't it?
It was. He's gone on to 56 on the manual scoreboard.
Yes, I think he has gone on to 56. It's 191 for 3. Brooke Guest.
And has been corrected on the electric.
There we go. Sorry, just got confused. It doesn't take an awful lot when a scoreboard suddenly chucks in a curveball like that. I get slightly spooked. 192 for 3.
Truscus into Madsen, a huge mow and a thick inside edge, and the ball trickles to Ben Green at mid-wicket. Little rush of blood from Wayne Madsen in what is certainly now the last over before tea. The final tee. In goes Truscus and bowls, and a slightly chastened Wayne Madsen plays much more respectfully out towards Ben Mike at extra cover.
The final over before tea. Have a word.
What?
Well, I know it is, but the final lunch was sadder.
I suppose you are. In goes Truscus, bowls foolish, and Madsen works it away down towards long gone and takes a single, moves on to 57. It was a decent lunch, wasn't it? A plate full of beef.
Yeah, very nice. Yorkshire pudding. Stuffing,
yeah.
interestingly.
Roasties. There was a few roasties on there, weren't there?
You don't normally stuff beef, do you? But
I think they decided they had some spare from the chicken or something. In goes Truscus, forward goes Guest, and I was assured vegetarian gravy.
Vegan gravy, I think.
Did she say? Did Lindsay say vegan gravy? Bless her.
Vegan, which means that
she was trying to reassure me.
Even the spoon was a vegetarian.
Truscus to Guest, who's forward. Back to Truscus. 1 ball to go. It's getting a little bit to sort of jovial and end of termy out there. Now, not in the press box, in the commentary box.
No.
In goes Truscus and bowls, and Guest is forward, where we maintain an objective professionalism at all times. It's tea, folks, on the last day of the season, and Derbyshire are taking it on 193 for 3. Brooke Guest, 23 not out. Wayne Madsen, 57 not out. Of course he is. He's drawing in on 2,000 first-class runs against Leicestershire and 1,000 for the season. He's going to get a chance to get there because the clouds are being whisked across the sky, and I think we'll probably have another sort of 15, 20 overs.
Hour or so.
Something like that.
Yeah.
So have a cup of tea and then settle down to enjoy the Wayne Madsen end of pier, end of season show with Dave Fletcher and myself, Richard Ray. Back with you soon.
that, Stephen. So we are working feverishly behind the scenes to get messages to those people who can do that kind of thing. But thank you for alerting us to it. Here's Liam Travaskis bowling to Wayne Madsen, who slaps that one straight to Ben Mike at extra cover, and there's no run. 65 not out, Wayne Madsen.
Somebody hasn't flicked the right switch somewhere. Yeah, I have told them now.
It'll be a very, very straightforward to fix, I'm sure, as Madsen goes back and defends this next delivery into the onside. That's 73, you said, wasn't it? Wayne Madsen needs to get to for 2,000 runs against.
So you told me he was on 1,927 at the start of the innings.
Averaging 62, which is going to stay around that level at the moment, as this one played off the back foot back towards Travaskis, who fields with his left hand. Ben Mike doing an audition for the Folie Bergère. That extra cover, also trying to keep warm as well, I fancy, but just stretching the hamstrings out as the sun emerges again. And Madsen slog sweeps that one out towards the meat. It smashes into the advertising boards for 6. That was a fairly flat hit from Wayne Madsen.
Getting ready to write my inscription.
And Wayne Madsen moves to 71. He now has 1,998 runs against Leicestershire. Make it a nice pen as well.
Can I see him over the 2,000? And you can do the 100.
Yeah, let's do it like that.
When he gets his 1,000.
What a good idea.
Because it's against Leicestershire.
Yeah.
So, Madsen, 1998 v the Foxes. Travaskis bowls to him. He slog sweeps him. Oh, he's dropped. He's dropped at mid-wicket. He hit it more or less straight to him. Ben Green, around about chest high. He hit it quite hard, but straight to Green. Bursts through his hands, falls behind him. Madsen picks up one. Well, we nearly put the kibosh on him, didn't we, there? Goodness me. Well, sorry. By agreeing, by acceding to my request.
I'll give you that.
I'll blame you. Forward goes guest. So, Madsen on 72, end of the over, so he will be on strike. Well, you're going to put that down? Yeah, big chance, wasn't it?
Well, I'm going to write it down. I don't know where I'm going to use it because nobody will talk about this game ever again, but just for completeness, it's gone into
I will, if Madsen goes past 2,000. I promise you.
Actually, in fairness, that might be something that we mentioned in the inquest. Week on Tuesday, week on Wednesday, BBC Sound, 6 o'clock. We will hear from Mickey Arthur over the course. More likely to get Mickey Arthur's views on today's game on social media immediately after the game, and then perhaps keep his other thoughts for later on.
Tom Scriven is in to Madsen, who Chinese cuts, as they used to call it, inside edges just past leg stump to the fine leg boundary for 4 and passes 2,000 first-class runs against Leicestershire. Well, he's been a little bit fortunate in getting there in the last 2 deliveries, but Madsen has been more than a thorn in Leicestershire's side. He's been a thorn in every opposition side over his career, but particularly against the Foxes, against whom he seems to delight in scoring runs, and he's done it again, and I think I've seen most of them, and it's been a huge pleasure. Well played, Wayne Madsen.
Scriven in and bowls 2, and he defends this one up towards mid-off. That's an extra 50 words for the half-time in the... Are we past the half-time in the rugby yet? No, we'll be close to half-time in the rugby now, won't we? So you'll have another update, which will feature Wayne Madsen heavily, Richard, I'm sure. 213 for 3, incidentally, the score, for what it's worth. And Madsen 24 runs away from 1,000 in the season. Again. In comes Scriven and bowls to him, and he cuts that away. Out to the cover boundary. It's gone very square, and it's gone all the way for 4. Fielded down there by somebody who's looking very pleased with himself. I think it must... I might be Di, who took that one down in the distance, one of the Derbyshire supporters. Well held. Anyway, Madsen moves on to 80 with that boundary. It was his 9th 4 to go along with the 6. And he waits now. 217 for 3, Derbyshire. Madsen on 80. Scriven in and bowls to him, and he just defends that up towards mid-on. You can hear him shout no. And as a result, there is no run. It's the world's biggest inscription in a book that's ever been seen. Yorkshire eventually declared, incidentally, on 726 for 7, rather pointlessly, against Northamptonshire in Div 2. Yorkshire will finish 12th in the county championship this season as Scriven bowls and Madsen pushes it back to the bowler, who fields at the end of his follow-through. Worcestershire against Lancashire has been called. Worcestershire ending on 223 for 9, match drawn. So they've seen sense at New Road. There's precious little sense anywhere else, it would appear. Lancashire end their tenure in Division 1 with a draw at New Road, but they will finish with 2 wins more than Warwickshire and still go down, which seems absurd. Scriven bowls to Madsen, who pushes this out into the offside. He'll pinch the strike. Excellent work from Wayne Madsen, who moves to 81. 218 for 3 is the score. Brooke Guest is unbeaten on 24. Nominally 30 overs to go, but I think it might even be 19 more runs. Potentially. Looking for Madsen, his, what did I say before?
His sixth century against Leicestershire.
Well, that's exactly what I said, you're right, yeah. I'm just looking for it there, yeah. 6th century to go along with. Well, he's currently got 14 half centuries. And he's on strike again now with 19 more runs required.
Travaskis will be bowling to him. Up goes the left heel. He's ready to go, but something isn't quite right. So he steps back to the start of, well, it's not a run up, it's a sort of step up to the crease and bowls. Madsen a little paddle sweep, top edges it slightly, but it's got plenty of momentum on it. There's no fine leg. Should be forced, should have the legs to get there. It won't. It almost comes to a halt as Budinger gets there first and picks up and throws, and Madsen has to settle for 3. Moves on to 84.
I thought that was going all the way.
It looked like, didn't it?
Yeah.
It is soft up there at the top end of the ground, though. It's soft all over the ground at the moment, although it's dried out remarkably, to be honest. Travaskis is into Brooke Guest, who's down the wicket and pushing firmly but straight to Ben Mike at extra cover.
It's been his way of dealing with Travaskis, hasn't it, really?
Yep, used his feet.
2 steps down the track and then see what's happening.
Yes. Travaskis bowls. Guest does wait for that one, actually. Gets forward, though, and turns it around the corner through the vacant square leg down towards Swindles, who walks in and underarms the ball back to Ben Green at mid-wicket. 2-2-2 for 3. Usually prompts an impersonation from Doiji, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah, well, most things do, unfortunately, yeah.
He's very fond of them, isn't he?
If we don't get in the same one-day cup group, we won't see him next year.
Travaskis in bowls, defended by Madsen out into the offside off his back foot. We'll play him in the T20s.
Yeah, but I won't have to...
separate commentaries, of course.
Yes.
Travaskis bowls, swept, paddle swept, and he's got a lot of that. And I think that will be for this time. Indeed, Madsen stops running. He, a much better judge of whether a ball is going to cross the ropes than we knew straight away. It did look as though it had a little bit more momentum than the previous effort, but he picks up 4, moves on to 88. 988 first-class runs for the... How many times in his career has he passed 1,000?
Oh, I'm glad you asked me that, Richard. I've no idea.
Okay, but he certainly has done it plenty of times, hasn't he?
Yes.
Whether it's into double... Because there was plenty backing up there. It bounced a bit low, went through Cock and field it, and so Madsen made 1 into 2. He moves on to 91. The scoreboard was a bit premature. It gave him the single and is now confused. I think that'll have to go on to 91. But let's wait and see. I'm watching the manual, which is usually a better guide. It has him on 89. The electronic has him on 90, but it has him on strike, and he's not on strike. So
yes.
That overthrow has confused one or t'other.
It's either moved him on to 91.
Okay. He's on 90. It's just the manual didn't see the overthrow.
Right. Okay.
There we go.
We're back. Thank you, Keith. We're back on the stream.
Good stuff.
Much to the delight of many and the dismay of others. I'm not sure he wanted that overthrow, Wayne Madsen. I know it's taken him to 90, but he had pinched the strike from the final ball of the Travaskis over. And here's Ben Mike from the Bennett end, bowling to Brooke Guest, who doesn't have a go at a short delivery. Pulls out of the shot very early indeed. Allows it to go through to Ben Cox. Poor old Stephen back at Derby got a bit troubled because Stephen had sent us the original email and he walked back into the room and Stephen thought I was talking to him, which I do on the stream. If I need to find something out, I quite often talk to Stephen, who's listening back at base. Not him on this occasion. As Mike is in again, bowls to Guest, pushes it out gently into the offside. Single taker brings Madsen back onto strike. This is what we want to see. And there's only a little bit of water damage on that gift as well, which is nice.
Yeah, it's a little bit too. It's weather beaten, but hey.
Yeah. You got a leaky pen?
Yes.
All right.
Anything else?
I thought you'd been fingerprinted last night for something. That
I've had it for about 20 years.
No, leaky pen.
Yeah.
All over your hand.
There's that. I wrote very carefully. So.
No, it's very nice. Beautiful writing. Mine's awful. Yours is quite neat. Anyway, we're about ready for the next delivery, fortunately, so we can concentrate back on Wayne Madsen on 90. Ben Mike into him. Madsen just flexes the knees and bowls, and Madsen defends. Back to the bowler. The over rate has magically moved on to +1. Teams. Oh, here we go.
Little update time. Let's get it in before Madsen gets to his 100. Derbyshire continuing to bat in their first innings have moved on to 229 for 3. The highlight, a 90 not out so far from Wayne Madsen, during which he passed 2,000 first-class runs made against Leicestershire alone. He's made 5 centuries in those innings and every chance he's going to go on and get his 6th. We think Derbyshire want to get to 300 to pick up a couple of batting bonus points, and then the curtain will come down on the season as far as the Foxes are concerned. It's been a difficult end to the season. Losing those 2 days obviously didn't help, but it'll be interesting to see what the head coach Alfonso Thomas has to say at the end of the game. Derbyshire in their first innings, 229 for 3.
As Wayne Madsen picks up another single by clipping the ball from Ben Mike out towards square leg. The previous delivery was a dot ball, and he moves on to 91, as I say.
Last update, that's it.
Is that it?
Yes.
You won't do one at full time in the rugby?
Well, theoretically, I'm supposed to do one at 5:30.
Well,
I don't
quite
think we're
right.
going to still be
Well, you
playing.
might still be here, though.
Should be, but
Close of play roundup.
maybe down talking to the head coach by then.
Trying to get out of it. Here's Ben Mike. Here's a ball to Brooke Guest. Short ball. Guest ducks underneath it. End of the over. Madsen will keep hold of the strike. There's some chanting going on.
Harry Swindles, he's one of our own, something like that. Who's
He's fielding out there, isn't he, in front of the faithful?
the well wrapped up faithful. You can't see them for puffer jackets.
Well, they've done well not to wrap themselves in that flag as well that they've got fluttering on one of the bits of fencing there. Liam Travaskis removes his sweater. He's going to continue. Wayne Madsen's more than a blow away though, so we're all right. We can relax.
Well, if he clobbers Travaskis, you can take over. But I'll start. Travaskis steps in, tosses it up. Madsen, perhaps conscious of the scoreboard now, or his score on it, is forward in solid defence, playing it out to mid-off. Travaskis steps past umpire Long and stays a touch low, and Madsen digs it out rather, and sort of works it out to Mike again. 230 for 3, 70 needed now for those 2 batting bonus points. Travaskis tosses it up again. Madsen gets himself in all sorts of bother. I think he thought it was going to be shorter than it was, and fiddles it out to Mike, and then he tucks his bat under his arm and almost sort of folds his hands across his chest. Wayne Madsen. Travaskis is in. Madsen goes back to the coaching manual and plays a solid forward defensive. He feeling one or two nerves perhaps at approaching that important landmark for a batter. Travaskis in, bowls to him, in-out drive, no he calls, having taken a step or two down the wicket. Sold Guest a little bit of a dummy, but I would imagine most of his teammates used to his sort of style. Taking a step or two down doesn't mean that Madsen is going to have a run, take a run. Tosses that one up, Travaskis drives, and then he's cross with himself, Madsen, because he hasn't got it wide enough past Ben Mike for the athletic Leicestershire all-rounder to miss it. He moves to his left to field, and it's a maiden in the end.
Yeah. What's that all about? In the middle of nowhere, the 15th over that he's bowled, he gets his second maiden. Liam Travaskis, they have professional pride, these players. But really?
You managed to squeeze that yep out at the same time as an immense yawn. Well done, sir. Well done.
2:30 for 3. Ben Mike at the top of his mark. He's miles away. Here he comes, bowling to Brooke Guest, who's on 26. And Mike, the first delivery is turned into the leg side. And there is no run. So 4 o'clock comes and goes. Just about. Certainly come. I'm not sure if it's gone, but it's not far off. And we're in the last throes of the 2024 cricket season. Back in April. I'm told it's the same format next year, so 5 out of 6 weeks in April and May. Derbyshire will be playing Championship cricket as Guest defends this next delivery from Ben Mike straight back to him. Still think the old days when they played the B&H Cup group matches or something like that in April. Even when I first started in 2016, they played white ball cricket at the start of the season. Makes perfect sense to me. Get the players involved and play Championship cricket when people might be able to, are willing to take holidays when it gets warmer. Here's Mike in again and bowls to Guest, who defends this one back to the bowler. All of a sudden the runs have completely dried up. That is the 10th successive dot ball that has been sent down by a combination of Ben Mike and Liam Travaskis. After the little flurry, saw Wayne Madsen move from his tea time score of 57 to 91 in about 38 deliveries. Something like that. I think it is 38 deliveries, so we put on 30 odd runs in 38 deliveries. In comes Mike again, and Guest guides it out into the offside. There's a slight misfield. They're going to come back for a second. Guest moves on to 28. Of course, he'll be keen to score runs as well. As Richard pointed out, he's the second highest scorer for Derbyshire in the County Championship this season, now with 629 runs, averaging just below 30, which for a wicketkeeper is perfectly fine. 5 half centuries, no century this season, did get to 95, and perhaps it would be fair to say he missed out. Wayne Madsen, if he can remain not out in this innings, will go back to the top of the averages. Guest waits, short delivery, does take it on this time but misses, and it goes through to Ben Cox behind the stumps. 2 balls left in the Ben Mike over. He's currently averaging at 49.55 for the season, Wayne Madsen. One of only 3 players to have scored a century this season in the Championship for Derbyshire. He has 2. Matt Lamb with a double down at Bristol, and Lewis Rees with the other. So been a bit deficient in the 3-figure column Derbyshire in this current campaign. In comes Mike again, bowling to Guest, who gets a full delivery, manages to dig that one out, plays it into the mid-wicket region, where Sol Budinger does the fielding with his hand-warming muff, which he has to remove. He gives it to Liam Travaskis, which rather suggests that Sol Budinger is going to come back on to bowl. He's now removing a sweater, so if he isn't, he's going to get chilly very quickly. Travaskis now has that ridiculous hand warmer. And Sol Budinger is going to come back on to bowl from the pavilion end with Derbyshire on 232 for 3. Guest has 28. But all eyes on Wayne Madsen. He's on strike. He's on 91.
Budinger steps in, tosses it up. Back goes Madsen. Cuts it out towards point. Takes the first one quite quickly. Guest is sort of interested in the possibility of a second, but Wood is pretty quickly to the ball, really, and there never was much chance. Madsen on to 92. Watches as Guest faces Budinger, who is in, drops it a little bit short. Guest goes back and thumps it back up the pitch, but more or less straight to Budinger with that fairly extraordinary haircut. Tosses it, no, doesn't toss it up, fires it in almost onto leg stump, and then holds his hands up to his head to that haircut as though it was within a whisker of cleaning Guest up. In fact, he went back and played it firmly to mid-wicket. In he goes, brings Guest forward on off stump, and no run. Getting through the overs quickly, which is a good thing, as they say in 1066 and all that. In goes Budinger, played back past him by Guest, down to long gone firmly, and the single is jogged. Guest on to 29. That does mean that Madsen will have one delivery. See if he can pick up a single and get the strike. Budinger drops very short, half tracker. Back went Madsen and pulled it, but a little bit too straight, really, from his point of view. It runs more or less straight to Ian Holland at long gone. And Madsen, well, one way of getting the single. He'd be disappointed he didn't clump it for 4, but he'll be okay with keeping the strike. He's moved on to 93.
I have to take my hat off. It's getting really warm in here. I don't want the radiator off, no, because it's keeping me back nice and warm.
Okay, cool. That's all right.
But this hat, this very fine hat, is it's making me sweat more than I really should. About 14 degrees out there, my phone is telling me, which is the very top end of brisk. 235 for 3. Wayne Madsen on 93. Ben Mike on his way in and bowls to him a short delivery that Madsen ducks underneath. One for the over, says Neil Bainton, the umpire. Ben Mike turns and almost jogs back to his mark as though they want to get these overs in. Nobody wants to get these overs in, Ben. We just want Wayne Madsen to score 7 more runs and everybody to shake hands, really.
Have we not got to get to this 300?
Oh, I think there might only be one person in the world who cares about that. In comes Mike again, bowls to Madsen, he pushes it out into the offside. They're going through for a quick single and moves him on to 94 and to within a blow, unfortunately, of getting to 100. Anyway, it's been lovely working with Richard, but he's going for the day.
Settles back in his chair with a smug grin.
Yeah, a very large cigar. Dear, oh dear. Mike turns. Brooke Guest is on 29. Mike bowls to him and he defends it straight back to him. For a big man, he gets down very quickly, Ben Mike. Got his right hand to that ball as it was pushed back down the pitch by Guest. They can sort of play on Wayne Madsen being 6 away from 100 now, Leicestershire, if they want. I'm sure they probably will.
Well, they're quite used to it.
Here is Mike bowling again. It's mistimed by Brooke Guest. It goes up to mid-on when it's fielded by Ben Green. And there is no run. Nick Johnson's been on. Thank you for making following Derbyshire bearable, he says. I know it's been disappointing, but there are several reasons for optimism. Here we go. Several new shoots who look very promising. More in a moment. Ben Mike on his way in from the Bennett end, bowling to Brooke Guest. That's down the leg side. Guest couldn't make contact. Cox moves to his left to collect our spine. Looked so much stronger when Anuj Dal was fit, and we have some fine players. Hopefully Caleb Jewell will make a difference and add the much needed resilience. Enjoy the football season and look forward to listening to you again online next season with Derbyshire. Nick, you're very kind, and the other bits that you said, you're even kinder. I'm not sure it's all true, of course, but the thought of Dave Fletcher gathering a nationwide following is absolutely bizarre, quite frankly. Some people listen because there's nothing else to listen to. Guest waits. And this next delivery, oh, he pulls that back just inside the line of that one. It was a sharpish delivery as he just gestures Ben Mike that he just pushed that one through. And the over comes to an end at 236 for 3, which means that Wayne Madsen, who's faced 111 deliveries for his 99, will be back on strike, which is good news. Indeed. And Bob Ludlam's listening as well. He's at home sitting by the fire, which seems eminently sensible to me. Good to have you along, Bob, for the last few overs here. He's hoping that Wayne Madsen... Oh no, it was the previous one. I'm missing balls now, reading messages out. First ball from Sol Budinger is cut by Madsen. But there's no run. Here we go. He's on 94. Budinger on his way in, bowls to him, and he crashes that out into the offside. Now there's going to be at least 2 here. I don't think they're going to get 4. They're not going to get 4. As around the boundary comes Sam Wood. He moves to 96. The excitement ratchets up a notch. The tension builds. Grace Road holds its breath. As Sol Budinger is in and bowls to Madsen, who cuts straight to a fielder.
Cuts it off the stumps.
He does that all the time. We never get too worried about that, really. He's got good hand-eye coordination. I hope. 996 runs for the season. Budinger is in and bowls to him, and he clips this away into the leg side. There's only going to be a single though, because there are fielders posted to all parts around the boundary. And he moves on to 97, 239 for 3. Do you want to do 2 balls?
Yes, I'll give you a breather. Budinger is into Brooke Guest. Bowls. Guest is forward solidly, defending the ball out to Ben Mike. His partnership has actually gone on to 119 now. 120 for 3 when David Lloyd was caught by Travaskis at first slip off the bowling of Mike. Budinger bowls. Half tracker, but Guest just content to wait in his ground and block it back down the pitch too. Sol Budinger, it is grey and cold and most definitely autumnal here at Grace Road. Late autumn, all feels, doesn't it?
Don't have to put the lights on for the old boy.
There's a whiff of winter in the air.
Ben Mike removes all sorts of sweaters.
Time to fly south, young man.
Yeah, I'm going north.
Yeah.
Yes, and Martin Mason, not forgetting your overseas followers. Yeah, absolutely. Same to you, Martin. All the best to you. I'm going to guess he's in Chicago, but I don't think he is. Sorry, Martin.
My kind of town.
I've forgotten where you are. Well, I know you're in America. It's good to have you along. Wayne Madsen on strike then, 97 not out, 239 for 3 Derbyshire. Ben Mike on his way in from the Bennett end, bowls to him, and he's lifted it out towards the backward point region for 4. And there it is. Wayne Madsen gets another century. He reaches 1,000 runs for the season in the county championship as well. It's his 6th century against Leicestershire. It's the 39th of his career, his 3rd of this current campaign. He's 101 not out of 116 deliveries with 11 fours and a 6. When he just goes on and on. 40 years of age, Wayne Madsen has been the best batter Derbyshire have had this season.
And in many other seasons as well, I think you have to say. And Mike comes in, bowls 2 in, bowls a very high bouncer that if Neil Bainton could be bothered would be signalled no ball on height really, but he just says 1 for the over. There's no way Madsen, who did duck anyway, could have got anywhere near that, frankly. He leans on his bat. Quiet sense of satisfaction, I'm sure he feels. Well over 2,000 first-class runs against Leicestershire now for him, all of which I've seen one way or another, plus all the one-day runs as well. Probably the best part of 3,000 runs, I would think, against the Foxes now. Mike in, bowls, Madsen works him away, clips him away off his legs. Mike, groan of frustration as Alex Green fields at wide long leg. Green, it's been a memorable day for him. Bowled his first overs in first class cricket. The first 3 weren't great, but the rest were pretty good. Wasn't able to pick up a first class wicket, but got very close on a couple of occasions with a couple of inside edges past the stumps and made Madsen hurry, no question about it, in the first few overs of his second spell. So he might have to wait until next season for his first class wicket. Mike is in, bowls outside off stump and prompts a little gasp from Fletch beside me, but it was quite well wide above.
Yes, it was a long way wide above. Yeah.
Sharpish though, he can look sharpish on occasion. Can bend. A couple of seasons ago, sports editor Adam Whitty came to the nets, who plays a decent game of cricket as Adam, and batted against Ben, and I was trying to wind Ben up. I was saying, you know, he says off air that you're not good at all, mate. He really doesn't rate you at all, is it? But Ben is far too nice. He just sort of grinned at me and kept bowling at medium pace. I was desperate for him to, and he goes and bowls 2 guests, who drives very pleasantly for 4. Too much width from Mike. Sort of delivery he was bowling to Adam Whitty in the nets, really. He was deliberately sort of bowling wide and could not get him to bowl a bouncer, no matter how much I tried. 248 for 3. One batting point within reach now. Seems to be important.
To some. But not to most. Well done to Derbyshire, who put 1,000 first-class runs for the season with an Italian flag next to it.
End of the over. Forgot I was supposed to be commentating there. Foolish from Ben. I just went into a sort of stupor and then completely lost concentration.
Wow, I thought you'd gone. I thought we'd lost you. I genuinely thought we'd lost you for a moment there. I'll have your ticket.
It was blocked out into the offside by Brooke Guest. 248 for 3. And we've had 64 overs. 22.
Lewis Hill's going to bowl.
Well, there you go. That's fun to see. Can Hill pick up a wicket? That is the most untuneful, discordant chant that I have ever heard. Can they not find someone who can hold a note among the Leicestershire supporters? But anyway, their hearts are in the right place.
Absolutely. They're here. William Travaskis is going down to 3rd man. It'll take him a while running like that.
Yeah. Hill bowls, as I remember, a little sort of dibbly-dobbly seamers anyway.
Okay. I don't mind them. His first ball, oh gosh, it's very, very wide. Cut away by Wayne Madsen out towards backward point. Out on the boundary there is Sam Wood, who hurls the ball in. Wayne Madsen picks up 2 more runs.
I'm pretty sure he hasn't got a first-class wicket to his name, but he has got some first-class overs. But
looking at the averages for the season. As Hill prepares to, Wayne Madsen, if he stays not out, will average 50 this season. In comes Hill and bowls to him. Oh, he flashes at that one outside the off stump. He goes to Ben Cox.
Hill almost goes on a lap of honour there, doesn't he?
Blimey.
He's bowled 8 overs and has none for 43 in first-class cricket.
Okay, what a first wicket Wayne Madsen would be. I think we've reached the stage now where Ben Cox will be removing his pads fairly shortly.
Come on, Hilly, you can do it.
He's on his way in now. Not much of a run-up. Perfectly fine action. That one's cut away by Madsen. Again out to Wood on the cover boundary. Takes a single, moves to 105, 251 for 3.
Much amusement between the two of them, but I suspect Wayne wouldn't have been smiling too much had he edged that one.
No, he wouldn't. No, he wouldn't.
Actually, he's generous enough probably not to mind too much.
Well, it might even have been as a consequence of him having got to 3 figures that he can now relax and enjoy himself. He knows he's got the 1,000 runs for the season. His 3rd century this campaign. And Hill goes in now and bowls to Brooke Guest, who wants a single, up to Ben Mike. At mid-off, deepish mid-off.
Pitch it up, Hilly. Give it a chance.
Not sure whether a 65-over-old ball, even though it was changed at 16 overs, is going to do an awful lot, is it?
No, but they might hit it in the air.
True enough. Fielders are spread far and wide as Hill bowls to Madsen, who goes back and cuts, but straight to Sol Budinger.
Keep dragging it down. You're not going to take a wicket, Hilly. Come on.
252 for 3.
We want who?
I don't know.
Who hasn't bowled?
They want somebody. Next delivery, pushed it to the outside by Wayne Madsen off the back foot. They've called it at Trent Bridge as well in a exceptionally dull draw there. 487 played, 373 for 7.
Not careful, going to be on 5 Live Sports extra soon.
No, I think the One Day International would take precedent, where Australia are currently 134 for 2 after 18 overs.
We've called it. We've called it here as well. Hands are being shaken. The game is done. So Derbyshire settling for 1 batting bonus point. We have called it a day with Derbyshire 252 for 3 in their first innings, still then 28 runs behind Leicestershire's first innings. Derbyshire will take 4 bonus points from the game, so 12 points from the game for Derbyshire, 10 for Leicestershire, 2 bonus points. Hands being shaken all round, and the season, Fletch, has come to an end. Not the greatest of seasons for either side, but plenty of high points in it one way or another. Certainly for Leicestershire in one-day cricket, got close to qualifying for the T20 quarterfinals and of course got to the semi-finals of the one-day cup. Just the 1 win in championship cricket at home to Middlesex, but emergence of 1 or 2 younger players, hope for the future. And for Derbyshire?
Nothing. Yeah, didn't qualify for either of the knockout stages, although only missed out in the one-day cup on net run rate, and only missed out on the T20 by being useless in the match that they had to win for the 2nd season in a row. Championship-wise, dreadful. 4 Centurions. Wayne Madsen, 3 Centurions. Wayne Madsen got 3 centuries, double century down at Bristol from Matt Lamb, who sadly had to retire. Was very nice. A century for Lewis Rees as well. Some decent performances in white ball cricket, notably Pat Brown and Zach Chappell with the ball and Aaron Donald with the bat. David Lloyd, his first season, it will get better. How do you feel of the club and as well? Always a pleasure to come to. I love Grace Road. I genuinely enjoy coming to Grace Road. I've no idea why, but I genuinely enjoy. I think it's a terrific cricket ground. I know. I just think it's a terrific little cricket ground. But it's a big cricket ground. But you know what I mean. It's so much better than going to. Well, I could name several, and I'll name 2. Edgbaston and Headingley. Dreadful, dreadful places. But this is proper. This is proper, and long may we continue to play each other in the county championship. Certainly for as long as it lasts.
Yeah, and as long as we last as well, again, but we're not entirely certain we'll be here next season. We hope so, and if we are, well, once again, we look forward to the company of all you wonderful listeners who have been in touch with us at various times throughout the season, put up with our ridiculous anecdotes and foibles and losing concentration. And
sorry, I'm butting in and talking over colleagues. I'm not one to beg for things, but if you have enjoyed it,
yeah, let the BBC
know because
let the ECB
yes, this service may well disappear. This is a serious point. I'm not prone to serious points, as many people will know, but this service, if it disappears, yes, me and Richard are out of work for a bit, but we'll survive. But there will be no coverage of the county championship. So if you let the ECB know that you listen regularly, if you let the BBC know that you listen regularly, that would be much appreciated. End of begging.
So hopefully we'll talk to you all next season. Winter well, everybody. And, well, I think that's it. From Fletch and myself, from Grace Road, where the covers are going on and the light is fading. It's a very goodbye to you all. Goodbye.